Why, hello. Welcome to the Captain's Cast on the Swords and Starships channel. Isn't it good to see you all here? Hi. How are you? That's how Rush Limbaugh used to say it. I loved how he used to say that. Hi. How are you? Ahoy! What does the Frump mean? What does the Frump mean? Asks Redoubt Productions. Well, we're going to get into that. The Frump is the new beauty in television shows. I have seen Alien Earth, and we will be talking about that. Let me adjust the captain's microphone here. I am Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel, and you are watching Swords and Starships, the Captain's Cast. On a Sunday. I told you that in just 7 short days, we would be right back here. I'm pulling up my chat as we speak. We're going to talk about Alien Earth. I have typically complex thoughts about Alien Earth. Fu Man Blue says, hail and well met, gentlemen. Hail, Fu Man Blue. Good to see you. Let me grab that chat. There we go. All better. Yes, we're going to be talking a little Alien Earth. We have a little bit of celebration to do, my dear sailors and starnauts. It's taken some time, but we are, that is, regular humans, winning back the culture. And Nerdrotic has an excellent video about how woke is broke, and that's a good thing. And so we're going to take a look at that. We have some cool stuff. Just some cool, interesting things I have to show you. 4chan is defeating UK censorship. Folks, is Starfury here today? I don't know if Starfury has arrived, but I will tell you, we are probably going to have to fight a second American Revolution. We're going to have to fight the British again, because they seem to think that we are their subjects and are once again attempting to censor our internet activities. Can you imagine the audacity? The audacity, sir. And but 4chan, you pick a fight with 4chan. 4chan is chaos energy. 4chan is like the Joker. You know, it doesn't matter how many militaries you have. It doesn't matter how many resources you have. 4chan is literally like the Joker in that interrogation room in The Dark Knight when he says, you have nothing to threaten me with. It's just all your strength. You have nothing to threaten me with. So yes, that's pretty hilarious. So we're gonna take a look at that. It's kind of a culture stream today, because we're just talking about things that interest me, the captain. But I will say, front and center, the most interesting entertainment property that has occurred in the last week for me is Alien Earth. And it kind of just came out of nowhere, because I didn't even really know this thing was on the way. And then about a week ago, I heard something about it, and I'm like, oh, when's that coming out? Oh, next week? Oh, geez. And it's been kind of a roller coaster for me with this show, because I would say the first 30 minutes of this show is garbage. I have to admit, I clicked through. The 10-second skip. I do like that about streaming. That is one thing that in the days of, VHS, it just wasn't as seamless. I love the 10-second skip. That's the one thing streaming has done that I will never be unhappy about. And so I got to a point in the first 10 minutes of Alien Earth, I started skipping 10 seconds ahead, because I'm like, yeah, I get the gist of this. I'd skip 10 seconds, and basically the same thing that was happening at the beginning of the 10 seconds was also happening at the end of the 10 seconds, and then I'd skip again, and it'd be like exactly the same thing is happening at the end of the next 10 seconds. And that's how I know that I have safely skipped just repetitive crap that I don't need. So I actually did 10-second skip a lot of the first like 30 minutes of Alien Earth, because a lot of it is just dwelling and mulching on the same crap over and over again. There's like this whole montage that we'll get into anyway. But then, in the last like 5 to 10 minutes of the show, some really cool creature things finally start to happen, and I was pretty into that. I was pretty into the creatures. There's definitely some cool, and it did give me the unsettling feeling. And this is rare for me because I am a Star Trek fan. I envision a beautiful future, where we'll discover strange new worlds and fascinating alien species. And what's great about this show is it captures that element of the original Alien film in that it discourages that kind of naive thinking. You see, let us hope, let us pray, let us beg Almighty God that we are the only beings he created in the universe, because if alien life exists, we do not want to see it, we don't want to meet it, and we don't want it here. And that's the unsettling feeling you get watching the creatures in Alien Earth. And that's a plus. That's a plus. I was kind of warming up to it a little bit. So we're going to take a look at that. So what else is in the stack of stuff? Redoubt, or that is the chat, I mean. Redoubt Production says, these past 7 days were not as painful to get through as the ones before. What's the matter, Redoubt? You're far too young to be so disillusioned. Not really. You can be disillusioned at any age, trust me. Wouldn't be the second time, it would be the third time officially. Do we dare bring up the unofficial times we fought Britain? Well, of course, the War of 1812. I'm saying we need a official revolution. No, the Alien movies since Alien Resurrection have a recurring problem. The xenomorph is relegated as a sideshow to a pretentious mumbling about the meaning of life. Yes, there's a word for this. And although it's a bit on the nose, it bears a quick definition. The term is... I'm looking for, AI is ruining everything. Derivative. Typically of an artist or work of art, imitative of the work of another person, and usually disapproved of for that reason. And I disapprove of being derivative, meaning we are simply repeating and rehashing things. Chris Gore of Film Threat likes to put it this way. Star Wars has become self-referential, meaning that it's not capable of actually telling an original story anymore. It can only tell a story that references previous Star Wars stories and lore and canon and so forth. And so the same is true of the Alien franchise. It's only really capable of riffing on the same themes that were explored in the first one. And this is really, in my view, and I have an excellent Twitter post, an X post by Beau DeMayo, the writer of X-Men 97, that we're going to go over in a little bit. But he kind of puts his finger on the thing which I have identified right here on this channel, which is corporatism, the corporate algorithm wood chipper, which is, in a certain sense, everything is now run through a marketing algorithm, and it's about how can you market the thing and how can you IP mine the existing fan base. And so what that results in is anything that is new or fresh or reinvents the franchise or the genre is disapproved of and not allowed. The interesting thing about Alien Earth is that it's very, I suppose we'll just jump right into it. Let's just get into Alien Earth. I suppose the interesting thing about it is it recaptures the kind of retro futurism of the original Alien film. And so visually, the retro futuristic look of it is very cool. As it was in Alien Romulus. The same was true of Alien Romulus. The way it was able to capture that sort of 1970s vision of the future is really cool. Hell, I'll even throw Alex Kurtzman, the dumbest man in entertainment. I'll throw him a bone on this. Because the one thing that Kurtzman Trek does, well, actually, it used to. It doesn't anymore, but in the very beginning, it used to do some good nods to the futurism, to like the old futurism of Star Trek. They used to make things look cool in the early days of Kurtzman Trek. That's not really the case anymore because, especially ever since they went to the 31st century, it looks like pure trash. It looks like AI-generated spaceships. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So while Alien Earth looks retrofuturistic and it looks thematically like it's matching the original films, this is also its exact problem because it's not capable of saying something new. It's not capable of looking at the series from a different lens. And I happen to think that the first Alien film, which is a kind of meditation on life, was interesting because the main characters were innocent. And the problem with new Alien stories is they tend to like to imply that all of humanity is guilty. Guilty. You know what's a great example of an old franchise that was able to look at it through totally new eyes with a totally new vision, a beautiful artistic vision that was grand and different than anything that came before? I'll give you an example. It's a great example. Godzilla -1. I know, it's only been about 5 minutes since I brought up one of the greatest films of all time, Godzilla -1. But here's the amazing thing about Godzilla -1. It nailed all of the classic tropes of Godzilla that we need to see. Obviously, Godzilla trashing Tokyo, being indestructible, the look, the feel, the blue fire, right? And yet, it was able to completely reimagine a Godzilla movie in a totally different way. They've never told a Godzilla story quite this way before. It was like a post-World War II almost tragedy film, and they've never done anything like that before. It was so interesting how they were able to frame it as this story of this group of people that have survived war and how they're picking up the pieces of their lives and they have this terrible monster attack and how are they going to stop it? Shin Godzilla, which reimagines Godzilla as cosmic horror, as a kind of body horror sort of story, as just watching this. The mutilation of nature is kind of what you get with Shin Godzilla, which is a kind of horror story. So isn't it interesting that the Godzilla property is able to have a completely fresh, unique vision and yet still be authentic to the roots of the franchise? Godzilla -1 is very different than a lot of Godzilla films. But what really it gets right is the thematic core of the Godzilla story, which is it is about humans versus nature and humans versus human nature. And I think that's a beautiful thing. So, yes, Ritout Productions, I would say it's pretty derivative. So the first episode is the concept is this takes place, I think, just before the events of the first Alien film. And the idea is that in the future, it's the 2120s, 100 years from now, 4 corporations basically have consolidated all control of Earth. Like, they basically run all of human society now. 4 corporations. One of them is Weyland-Yutani, but in the Alien Earth series, we're not following Yutani, we're following a different corporation. And the idea is they've carved up not only our planet, but the solar system among them. Some of that is the possibilities of that, I think, are kind of interesting, if not the most original idea ever. Oh, corporations run the world in the future. I've never seen that before. Still, at least it gives us sort of factions that could be rivals and competing with one another, which would be cool. Where it falls flat is the trillionaire, this sort of boy genius. I think he's literally called the boy genius in this. The boy genius trillionaire is not a very interesting character, and his whole goal is he wants to transfer human consciousness into synthetic bodies, and he takes these cancer. Apparently, only children can have their minds transferred into a synthetic body. So he is doing this to terminally ill children who have volunteered because they want to try and survive their illness. And he's saying, I have an experimental way to help you survive, but we can't tell you what it is until it happens. And so what he's done is he's taken all these terminally ill kids and he's transferred them into these adult synthetic bodies. And the sequence in which all these things happen, that they transfer them all, is so long, so endless, so boring and repetitive. I was just clicking through it for 10 seconds. They literally have a montage that takes 20 minutes of these kids, one after another, being transferred into their new bodies. And it's like, I've seen this 5 times. Why am I watching this again? So it was super annoying. It was glacial. And the protagonist, she's one of these she's like one of these cancer kids that's been transferred into this new body, and she looks frumpy. She looks frumpy and dumpy, like all of these female protagonists now. Hence the thumbnail of this stream. And the foundations of the plot are kind of bizarre. So meanwhile, in outer space, the Weyland-Yutani science vessel that has been on a 65-year mission has been collecting alien specimens from apparently around the galaxy, and they are bringing all these alien specimens home for study. And of course, there's a xenomorph among them, but there's actually lots of other critters that are basically as terrifying as the alien. And they're very cool. This is the one element of the show that I do think is very cool, which is the creatures. Because there's new creatures in this they seem sort of plausible and yet Lovecraftian and terrifying. I love that shit. I do love that. I love that element. So this ship is bringing these specimens. It crashes for reasons. They don't explain why. I guess the creatures got loose, probably deliberately. Probably someone deliberately let them loose because there's always some kind of a traitor. And the Weyland-Yutani ship, crashes on this island of the boy genius trillionaire, who's a rival of Weyland-Yutani, and he sends in his synth kids to go and capture all these alien specimens that have gotten loose. And a lot of mayhem and nasty creatures doing bad things to people ensues, some of it pretty gnarly and awesome. Although I'm struck by I can't understand why you would send, that there are dangerous, there's something on this ship that you want. Well, he does know there's aliens because he has all this footage. He basically has the equivalent of body cam footage, the trillionaire, of the creatures. So the minute he finds out there's all these alien creatures on there, like, he should have sent a full team of Marines or something, but he's sending these synth kids who have no idea what they're doing to just wander around looking for these alien creatures, and they don't know how to stop any of these things. And they're just told to do it because they can do it because they're synths and they can do anything. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't make a lot of sense at all the more you think about it. But honestly, FX, it's on FX by way of Hulu, so you can check it out there. FX has in the past done some really good shows, such as The Americans, which is a great about Russian spies in the 80s spying on American soil. They've done some really interesting shows. The Strain is another good example that are really well written and kind of bold and unique. And this show is a case of almost not quite. I think it's far too derivative. It's far too obsessed with just referring back to the themes of Alien. Why not actually explore new ideas, a new take on the characters? You know, Godzilla was always about Godzilla coming to town and trashing the place, and a bunch of scientists sort of wringing their hands about what science has created. Isn't it interesting that Godzilla -1 reimagined that story as a beaten country and a beaten people who have no one coming to help them, have to figure out how to stop Godzilla? How's that even possible? Like, that's a totally new way of looking at it. Looking at Godzilla through the eyes of a man who has become an orphan, who is basically creating a kind of makeshift family with a fellow orphan and an orphan child that they've adopted, and he's rebuilding his life. And to contextualize the entire Godzilla mythos through the eyes of how does he find in himself the ability to forgive his own sins and begin to live and love life again? How can he do that? That's a really there's no Godzilla film that's ever explored that theme before. And likewise, you have Shin Godzilla, which is completely different. It is about the horror of Godzilla, but almost a kind of empathetic Godzilla in which we empathize for this monster which is suffering under the weight of its own mutation, and its destruction is almost its own act of pain as it's trying to understand its own existence. Like, there's something, and that's a completely different way of looking at Godzilla. And yet the same themes, the same motifs are in some way still there. Why can't Alien do this? Why is Alien always the same? Always. It's disappointing. It's disappointing. Redoubt Production says, I get the perfect organism idea, but the original two films handled it with simplicity and grace, not using big words to sound big when they are really dumb words. Wetland Yutani, or did you mean Wayland, is to Walmart what Siegson is to Dollar General. Siegson! Yes, from the Alien Isolation game. Now, the Alien Isolation game is really cool. I had a lot of fun playing it until I got adrenal fatigue and my adrenal glands could no longer handle the constant terror of like running from this creature, and I just watched other people play it for the rest of it. Fu Man Blue says Alien Earth is a pedo's wish fulfillment fantasy. The idea of the child's innocence that pedos are attracted to put in an adult body is pretty clear and disgusting. I mean, I don't have quite that severe of a opinion of it, but I understand how you could look at it that way. It's definitely fraught. It is. Yes, it's a strange thing though, because modern shows and movies frequently desexualize adult characters anyway. So the strange thing is that these characters, it doesn't seem yet, it's only 2 episodes in, so we'll see where things go, but these characters are these adult synth bodies they're very desexualized, which kind of flies in the face of that. But I think I can understand that reading of it. Here's my thoughts on it. I just think narratively it's a really strange angle because look, if you watch anime, like take Neon Genesis Evangelion, a classic trope of anime is we have to fight these angels that are coming to Earth and attacking, and we need these giant, these kaiju are attacking, and we need to fight them in these giant mech. What would you call those? Giant robots, mech robots. We have to, and the only people who can pilot them are 16-year-olds. And so that's always kind of the story, well, not always, but a lot of times, right? So I think that society has always had a fascination with youth having to, look at Maze Runner or the Hunger Games. Like this is a common trope throughout human civilization. It's just a very strange way to get at it for me, to have these childlike minds stuffed into synth bodies, because I don't honestly understand how you can keep that interesting, personally. As a narrative technique, I can see where it's an interesting idea. Like, what if you had a child's mind in a synth body, but it's not going to sustain, I think, an interesting cast of characters, because they're not that interesting. Stranger Things, it has you following kids who are basically fighting the Upside Down, but there's also the adult characters like Joyce and Hopper that counterbalance the fact that we're following. I don't think Stranger Things would be interesting enough if it were just about the kids. I think that's basically what I'm saying. I think you need some kind of better narrative angle. But putting all that aside for the moment, I just don't think these characters are very interesting. I don't think the Trillionaire is very interesting. I don't think that Timothy Oliphant is playing the only slightly interesting character, but again, he's playing a kind of emotionless robot. And gee, I've only seen that about 5,000 times. So it's not like it's anything groundbreaking. So there's not... Actually, the most interesting character is her brother, who is a medic who's exploring the ship. The show really should just be about him. That's who the show should be about. He's a dude with a problem, and that would be interesting. But we cannot have dudes as the main character in an Alien franchise. Do you understand? See, you may think, Redoubt Productions, Fu Man Blue, you may think that Alien was about a bunch of space truckers in the future being railroaded by their own company into bringing back a dangerous specimen alien for a biogenic arms race. And that just means you are a knuckle-dragging bigot, and you don't understand at all what that story was about. Alien was about how women are always to be the stars of alien properties. Alien was not an exploration about the cold, sterile inhumanity of corporate culture or the cosmic horror of tinkering with things man ought not. No, Alien is about the fact that a male is under no circumstances whatsoever to portray a leading character in any Alien film or show ever. However, the film Predator was about how a masculine male soldier is really not the most interesting protagonist in a Predator versus human battle. In fact, a Native American woman in the past turns out to be the most interesting character that could fight a Predator. So a Predator film need not have a male soldier leading the story. You never need to have you can have female Native Americans be the protagonist of a Predator film, but you can never have a male character be the protagonist of an Alien show or film. And this is why it is an algorithm, it is a wood chipper, it is a meat grinder. Ideas, creativity, vision, and art go in one end, and corporate slop comes out the other. And all the streaming services do, all the box office does, is turn the handle. To paraphrase Dredd. That is what Alien is about. So I just wanted to help you out with that. Starfury is in the chat. Says, hello, Captain. Family is in town, so can't be here long. Well, thanks for stopping by, Starfury. I hope you caught my Alien snippet there. Just in case you're interested. But good to see you and have fun with the family. So I thought, now I have assiduously avoided basically any and all reviews of Alien Earth while I was forming my thoughts about it. And so I haven't actually looked at anyone's reviews of it, but I did see this. Now, most of the Fellowship type YouTubers are not liking it. However, I did see this title from the Critical Drinker. It says, Alien Earth, a wild ride. So I thought we would check this out and just see what he thinks about it. What do you say, my dear sailors and starnauts? Hat tip, Critical Drinker. If he likes this show, which is what the title sort of implies, he will be kind of unique because most people I'm hearing are not liking the show. So I'm genuinely curious what he thinks about it. I'll just tell you, I give this show a 6 out of 10. I think it's a 6 out of 10. It has some cool creatures. I like the retrofuturism. The characters are extraordinarily boring. Extraordinarily boring. Roll tape.
Wow, I've been on quite the roller coaster ride with Alien Earth. The moment the show was announced, my reaction was, wait, what? You're making another Alien prequel? Jesus, this franchise has been Brendan Gleeson so hard that Arthur Fleck must feel bad for it. I'm actually starting to feel sorry for the xenomorphs at this point. Then the first trailer came out, and much to my surprise, it actually looked pretty good. Just like Alien Romulus, it captured the look and feel of the Alien universe perfectly, offering up another healthy portion of sci-fi horror and action with some interesting new possibilities for expanding the lore. And the first episode seemed to confirm my hopes. There was action and spectacle, gorgeous visuals and production design, a talented cast, gory body horror, sinister corporate conspiracies, grizzled looking crewmen sitting around smoky briefing rooms, and a thoughtful exploration of a facet of the alien.
I disagree with him here because that all bored the hell out of me. They literally recreated in the first couple scenes, they literally plagiarized. They plagiarized the opening scenes of Alien almost shot for shot. They plagiarized the Alien scene where they're waking up from their pods and they're eating food and they're all laughing and joking with each other. I literally felt like I was watching just a recreation of that same scene. And it was an eye roll. And then this scene that's on the screen right here was that never-ending glacial montage I was telling you about where it just goes on and on and on about all of the, I'm going to be in a new body. Oh no, what's life going to be like? I don't want to die. You're going to live forever. I don't care. I don't care. You could have had all of this established in like 5 minutes in this show. So this is the problem. This is the problem with modern television filmmaking. Every single television show is now really just a 10, 12, or like 4, it's something like an 8 to 12 part movie is basically what it is. And what this results in is essentially enough content for about a 2 to 3 hour movie that is being stretched into 6 to 8 to 10 to 12 episodes. And you get these massive amounts of filler in every single TV show now. It's extremely irritating. And it causes me, I really do start clicking through a lot of shows now. I really do just start skipping through it because I'm like, yeah, I get it. I get the gist of it. She's transferring to a new body. It's really scary. This is revolutionary. I know everything I need to know. I don't need 10 more minutes of this. And that's what every show is like now. And it drives me nuts.
Alien universe that often gets neglected. Holy shit, maybe this show was actually going to be decent. I even said as much on Twitter while ranting about some retarded journalist who sees literally all of entertainment as a gender identity seminar.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
But time really does make fools of us all, because soon enough Team Retard arrived in the shape of episode 2, and all that interesting world building, smart character development and thought-provoking ideas went out the window in favour of tired predictable chase scenes, over-the-top kills, idiot characters who roll the dice on intelligent decision making and come up with snake eyes every single time, goofy humour that's more out of place than a daycare centre in a strip club, and directions so amateurish that it makes Yui Bo look like Stanley Kubrick.
There is a scene in this show in which the alien charges into an apartment and slaughters like 15 people in 10 seconds. And it sort of happens off screen. You just hear it happening. There's blood spattering all over the walls, and you're just, oh no, that's terrible. And the alien, like a buzzsaw, just mows through 15 people like in 10 seconds. It's nothing. In the very next scene, the same alien attacks one of the main characters, and it's this long, drawn-out, the alien is, like, slowly crawling towards him, stalking him, like, hissing at him, and I'm like, what? So this thing was able to kill 10 people, like, in seconds. But it takes the alien about a full minute to decide whether it wants to eat the protagonist for lunch. And so you go from crazy, almost parody levels of action right back to plot armor, which is really irritating. Honestly, you know what? I just realized I don't like the alien in this. It looks like shit. This is the worst the alien's ever looked, in my opinion. It looks like crap. It looks fake and plastic to me, which is strange because the original production of Alien, it probably was plastic. And now that it's CGI, it looks like plastic, which is strange, don't you think? The only creatures I actually really like in this show are the other little things they caught on other planets because they're kind of new and interesting. I've never seen them before, kind of trying to figure out like what what they do and how they live and what they're going to do to you. Like, that's actually kind of fun. But the xenomorph in this show is extremely boring, I have to tell you. Crowbar the Skull is in the chat. Ahoy, Crowbar the Skull. Welcome aboard. Says, Drinker is so full of crap now. I hesitate myself. I understand where you're coming from, Crowbar. I hesitate myself to go that far. Look. People are always going to, like, you're never going to agree with anyone all the time. And I'm not looking for that. I enjoy disagreement and debate. I just don't enjoy, wacko woke fakery or cancel culture. That's what I don't like. Or just Pearl clutching. Just like Pearl, hall monitor finger wagging about something. Yeah, fuck off with that. I don't need that. But as far as, like, debating ideas, that is fine with me. I like hearing a different take. I used to read the legacy film critics. I used to read them all the time. And it was just as interesting to me when they disagreed with me as when they agreed with me. And so that's pretty much where I'm at with Drinker. Full of crap. Sometimes I don't know where I don't know why he's going so soft on some things. I don't know. I think, is he getting too mainstream, you think? Maybe. Fu Man Blue says, I'm not sure what that's about, but it's pretty clear now. Redoubt says, wait till he gets to episode 2. Well, he's talking about episode 2. I'll roll tape here in just a minute. Star Fury says, review for Alien Afterbirth, a complete bloody mess, bloody trash, not even worth an abortion. Oh, jeez. Star Fury, you say Alien Afterbirth, you mean Alien Earth, right? Not Alien Romulus, I assume. Yeah. Perhaps, Star Fury says, perhaps if we could go back in time and gave the writer's mother Penny Royal, Tansy, Egret of Rye, Rue, Mugwort, and Savin, we wouldn't have to watch this shit. What did I just read? Star Fury. Is that moon tea? Did you just give me the recipe for moon tea? You know, from Game of Thrones.
Sure, my experience with Alien Earth has been a fucking wild ride so far, and not in a particularly good way.
Yeah, this is the trillionaire on screen, you know, and he's so... You know what he reminds me of? Not quite as bad, but he reminds me of the Jesse Eisenberg Lex Luthor in Batman v Superman, who I don't know how to describe this phenomenon. I need a word for what this is, but when you're watching a movie and the trope is so obvious that it breaks the illusion. It almost breaks the fourth wall. It's like, I know, movie, that you're trying to get me to see Jesse Eisenberg as an allegory for like a modern eccentric, you know, like 20-something tech billionaire. You're trying to get me to see him in that. Like, you want me to see him as a kind of crazy Mark Zuckerberg. And it's so annoying that you want me to think of him this way that it's making it harder for me to even watch this movie, which is how I felt with Batman v Superman. And that's very similar to how this really stupid character makes me feel. This character says lines that are meant to be like profound and meditative and strangely cold and unsettling. And it's like, I don't care. He is a pretentious writer's idea of what a pretentious boy genius tech trillionaire would be. It's an old trope. You know what it is? It's an old trope that's trying to act like it's new, fresh, and original, and it's not. It's the same boring crap that we always get. Hollywood only has one view of the future, and that is nihilism, dystopia. Humans are trash. Humans will trash the planet, and all corporations bad, unless they're Pfizer. All companies are led by evil megalomaniacs, and it's like, that's fine for a couple of movies. It's not fine for every single movie.
My experience with Alien Earth has been a
Star Fury. Yeah, I figured that out. Moon tea confirmed.
fucking wild ride so far, and not in a particularly good way. Let us discuss. The show follows two main plot threads. Thread the first is set aboard a deep space research ship that's
I will say this, Crowbar. I do think that when I discovered Critical Drinker, he was basically a shit poster about movies. He basically roasted and shit posted about movies he hated and movies that were trash, and it was great. It was a service to humanity. And he would also do like cool videos about movies he liked, or and the production hell, that was cool. But now his reviews they just don't shit post the way they used to as much, and that does disappoint me. So I do think you have a point there. Star Fury says, and yes, I couldn't find an easy play on the word Earth except birth, or so after birth it is. No, 100% understand, Star Fury. I just had to make sure we were talking about the same thing. Did you watch it? I'm assuming you watched it then.
Transporting all kinds of alien nasties back to Earth for experimentation, which is a bit of a weird idea in the first place. Like, why bring them all the way back to Earth when there's all kinds of jurisdictional issues, government oversight, and the potential for a containment failure that could spread to the general population? Why not some isolated colony or space station where you can do all your sinister corporate stuff in peace?
This is such a brilliant point.
Anyway, whatever. So the crew goes into...
Why would you bring back these terrifyingly dangerous life forms straight back to your city on Earth? It makes no sense at all. And they've already established in the show that there's colonies on Mars, there's colonies on the moon. You could bring them to an asteroid in the freaking asteroid belt. There's no reason to bring them to Earth. It really is pretty stupid. It's pretty, God damn it, why can't anything be good? Why can't we have one freaking thing? Every single thing I watch now is just it. If it's not mid, it's trash. And if it's not trash, it's an embarrassment. It's written by stupid retards who eat and sniff glue. I'm beginning to think that film is a dead art form. Like it's just a dead art form, and corporations and woke leftist wackos killed it. I've spilled coffee everywhere, Mr. Producer. I got angry, and I spilled coffee all over. It's embarrassing. Decorum on the deck. Captain will compose himself. Officer of the watch. What else was I going to say on this? Just roll tape, Mr. Producer.
The hypersleep, but oh no, the aliens do what aliens always do and escape, kill most of the crew, and damage the ship's navigational system somehow. Flash forward a few months and the ship crash lands in the middle of a crowded city on Earth. I mean, I'm pretty sure a ship of that size travelling at orbital velocity would impact with the force of a nuclear blast and vaporize everything within a 10-mile radius, but let's not think about that too much. With casualties everywhere, search and rescue teams are sent in to secure the ship and rescue any survivors, only to realize there's something far more sinister on boards. The second thread follows Marcy, a
This scene where they're rescuing survivors is, I wrote in my notes, why is a rescue team that is saying, search and rescue, they all have their rifles leveled. They are in full combat gear with rifles leveled, pointing them in every direction they're looking. It's like, why would you be doing that when you're search and rescue? How does that make any sense? Maybe I just don't understand search and rescue protocols.
Ill girl who's been taken to a private island by a billionaire. I'm not sure I like where this one's going. Anyway, Marcy's put through an experimental procedure to transfer her consciousness into a new android body as part of a larger project to extend human lifespan. Pretty soon she's joined by a gang of other kids who all went through the same process, and because I guess the writers are fans of Peter Pan, she becomes Wendy and the others take on the names of the Lost Boys.
But you're not all boys.
So?
Well, I guess it doesn't really matter.
You know, I'm not entirely sure the writers understand the themes of Peter Pan. I mean, I get that it's all cool and artistic to juxtapose a classic piece of children's fairy tale literature against the existential cosmic horror of the xenomorphs, because it's like a sharp contrast and stuff. But I can't shake the feeling that they're trying to fit a thematic square peg into a round hole with this one. Peter Pan was a story about the childish fear of growing up, of taking on the responsibilities and burdens of adulthood, of getting physically older and inevitably facing up to their own mortality. This is a story about children literally placed into adult bodies that will never age, forced to grow up quickly and adapt to their new situation. If anything, they're eager to become the adults on the inside that they look like on the outside. It's the exact opposite of Peter Pan. Whatever. All seems to be going well for Wendy until news of the ship crash reaches them and she sees footage of her brother Joe going in with the rescue teams. She wants to help him out, so she petitions her superiors to be sent in with the Lost Boys as a rescue team, and for some reason, they actually agree to it.
In the quiet words of the Virgin Mary, come again.
Like, you understand that you're basically sending children into a highly dangerous and highly traumatic situation with no weapons or training, right? Aside from the fact that they could easily get destroyed and wipe out billions of dollars of investment, how do you think they're gonna react when they see dead bodies and horribly injured victims? Shit like that can cause veteran soldiers to freak out, never mind kids that have never seen anything more violent than an episode of SpongeBob. Well, just don't worry about it, I guess. So they get to the crashed ship and head inside, but oh no, it's been over.
This is such a great point. And literally, he assigns them. So this trillionaire wants to get the things that are on the ship because they belong to Weyland-Yutani, and so it will give him an edge. Why in the world would you send these synthetic children to go and get it? They don't have weapons. And I think they have combat training, but it's not clearly established in the show. And she basically just says, "We can do this. We can go get them." And he's like, "Okay, go get them. This will be a good test of your abilities." What? This is a serious operation. You want to recover these things, and you're sending your idiot bots to go get it. It makes no sense at all.
run by all the escaped alien species, there's a xenomorph on the loose, and they even had to contend with the ship's science officer who's got his own agenda. I said earlier, there's stuff I appreciate.
God. Oh, this guy right here is the absolute epitome in this show of who cares. Who cares? He's so obviously aping the same tired plot line of the evil android. It's been done over and over and over again. Why is every fucker in Hollywood so fugly, says Starfury. And I don't know, Starfury, because they've become an anti-beauty. They've become an anti-beauty industry, essentially. They literally do not exist to promote creativity, originality, or beauty at all. Fu Man Blue says, on the bright side, remember that Interstellar is the third most voted movie in the history of IMDb+. That is an excellent point, Fu Man Blue. Thank you for reminding me that Interstellar is a cultural phenomenon and ever shall be. Star Fury's getting tuned up now. Star Fury's getting tuned up. Why is every fucker in Hollywood so... or no, that's not what... You said, I want my pretty big titty girls back, says Star Fury. Don't we all, Star Fury? We all do. We must bypass Hollywood. So that's really where we're at. We're simply going to bypass them.
About this show, and one of those things is the world building. I've always been kind of curious what the Earth of the alien universe actually looks like.
I totally agree with this. This is where I'm at, and this is why Romulus was initially interesting to me, because I was like, I'm curious about more about this world and what it's like on their colonies and how it functions. And it's why I get so frustrated that Romulus was a waste and this show seems to be a waste of potential.
What daily life under Weyland-Yutani is like for the average citizen, how the culture and even the cityscapes have changed over the years. And to its credit, Alien Earth makes a decent effort to show us this, explaining the balance of power between the various megacorporations who run the planet now.
You know what's really, when you think about it, how dumb this is? Think about the original Alien film, okay? Think about just the simple concept of it. Alien was a film that showed but did not tell the story. You have these characters wake up from hypersleep. There's a brief explanation of, Nostromo, on mission, whatever, right? You get a basic footing of where you are and when you are. These characters wake up, they discuss their mission, they discuss that the company wants them to go find something because this is part of their standard policy. You have to go search out life. And it proceeds apace. And the implication of the story is very simple to gather. These space travelers are employees of a major company that is either transporting things or mining. They're mining things in space for profit. That's a very simple concept, and we gather everything we need to know. They are employees of a company. And the company turns out to be greedy and willing to throw them under the bus to get an advantage. So far, that doesn't actually suggest anything more than that they work for this greedy company. That's all it suggests. It doesn't suggest that all of Earth is run by a company. It doesn't suggest that this corporation rules the lives of all humanity. It doesn't suggest any of that. For all we know, and in the second film, Aliens, we see the American flag as a patch on the Marines' uniforms, implying that some form of the government as we know it still exists, right? This is how these retards in Hollywood think. The company was the bad guy. The company was bad and wanted a weapon, which means companies run the world in the future, and the company owns everything, and the company is actually the government. They only have they are blunt instruments, is my point. They are blunt instruments. They're not able to envision a world that's any more complex than that. Capitalism bad. Capitalism means the companies are now the government. That's the only way they can envision the future. It's really kind of stupid when you think about it. It was because the whole concept of Alien was that why would you focus on these space truckers, so to speak? Why would you focus on them? You're focusing on them because in the grand scheme of things, they're kind of insignificant. They're not Starfleet. They're not on a government Navy vessel. These are just some working Joes that got railroaded into something, which is why it's fitting that they are employees of a company that found this thing. Leave it to a Hollywood retard to blow that up into 4 corporations in the future run the entire world. That's so interesting. That's so creative. Let's watch that shit impossible docking sequence again, because hand-eyeing a high-speed docking procedure in space is impossible. Is that it? That's impossible, Star Fury? No, it's necessary. Don't threaten me with a good time, Star. We will watch it. We will watch it. We will watch the interstellar docking scene again. So, just be careful, Star Fury. You may get what you wish, what you want, what you wish for. I can't even handle Star Fury in my chat. How am I going to handle a real troll? That's the whole point. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to get into the interstellar debate. Rages every week now.
And what each of them is trying to achieve. And big props to the production designers here. They've managed to strike that neat balance between replicating the rough and ready 1970s aesthetic and technology of the original movie, but updating it just enough in the right places to keep it consistent with actual progress in our own worlds. The concept of artificial life that was always kind of a side note in the Alien movies now forms the backbone of this show's story.
That's exactly my point. Things that were a side note in the original films are now considered the main plot line. A synthetic being that betrays the crew was a subplot. That was a side note. That did not mean that the entire thematic framework of the entire Alien intellectual property is about synthetics versus people and corporations versus employees. These were elements of the original Alien. These were not meant to be the entire story and the entire mythos. My poor neighbors.
What can you actually do with this kind of technology? What are the implications for human consciousness and our evolution as a species? It's interesting stuff, and the first episode takes the first tentative steps towards exploring these questions. The cast is a strong mix of experienced veterans and promising young talent. Timothy Oliphant is always an entertaining performer, but he's uncanny here as the android Kirsch, with his unblinking stare and his Roy Batty haircut.
He is the only standout character, I think, in the show. He's the most interesting character.
Babu Sisay is another standout as the ship's science officer gone rogue.
No, he's
you're never
not.
sure what side he's on.
No, he's not. Oh, please. This guy is such a boring plot device. I cannot stand this character. I hated this character from the minute he was on screen because everything he does is so freaking obvious.
I don't know if they intentionally cast a guy who looks like Yaphet Kotto from the original movie, but either way, the resemblance is uncanny.
But why is Drinker seeing this as a positive? That's what's got me scratching my head. Drinker is seeing this as a positive. I'm seeing this as what's annoying about the show. It's copying, it's plagiarizing the original show or the original film. That's all it's doing.
And props to Sydney Chandler as Wendy, who's got just the right mix of wide-eyed innocence and steely determination, even if she's been lumbered with the worst haircut in all of Hollywood. Seriously, yes. Lloyd Christmas is not a character aesthetic you want to aspire to.
What's crazy is basically every female character now has the Lloyd Christmas haircut from Dumb and Dumber. What the fuck is that? Where does that come from? Do you realize that the film Dumb and Dumber in the late 90s was meant to be showing you a character that looks dumb? And the incredible thing is that it is now the haircut. That's why I put OSHA in my thumbnail, because OSHA has the same haircut from The Acolyte. The Acolyte.
I say, there's some great building blocks in place for this one, which makes it all the more frustrating when episode 2 takes a wrecking ball to them. Characters make absolutely absurd decisions, like splitting up and venturing all around a dangerous crashed ship filled with unknown alien life forms instead of immediately evacuating and calling for backup. Dialogue is so on the nose and weighed down with exposition that I felt like I was listening to an audio description of what was going on. I know people talk about second screen viewing, but this really isn't a show that should aspire to that kind of bullshit benchmark. Joe, Wendy's brother, is such an unbelievably incompetent pussy that I was actually rooting for the guy to get killed, since it's clearly what he wants. Seriously, how did this guy ever
I kind of like him, though. At least he's an everyman who's just trying to survive. I find I'm more invested in his character than anyone else in the show, really. Because he's just a dude trying to, like, make a living and not get eaten. And that's at least kind of interesting to me.
Make it through basic training? He looks like a strong breeze or a harshly worded tweet would absolutely break him. Also...
Well, but Drinker, you understand. See, Drinker just doesn't understand. Alien is not about men doing anything. It's just not about that. Alien is about how women are always the protagonist of Alien. That's what it's about. I don't know why people don't understand this. I don't know why I have to explain this all the time. It's not about xenomorphs. It's not about, science gone awry. It's not about greedy corporations. It is about how women are to always be the protagonist of Alien. Therefore, a wet tissue, weak male is part of the franchise. That's just part of what it's supposed to be. Starfury says, Captain, stop critiquing the haircut. Us who are follically challenged, I'd give anything to have that haircut. Interstellar is just shit. I could have lived with the impossible docking sequence, but love saves the universe makes me want the Earth to die. You're not fooling me, Starfury. I know that deep down you're a big old softy.
The idea of having children in adult bodies facing off against aliens might have sounded good in a brainstorming session where everyone was high on coke, but the reality is the Lost Boys are annoying as fuck, completely idiotic, and there's far too many of them to do any real character development. The first two Alien movies were compelling because for the most part the humans were smart and logical and made the best decisions they could under the circumstances. You rooted for them because you understood them and you identified with them. I don't care about any of the Lost Boys because 1, they can't feel pain or injuries, 2, they can't be impregnated by facehuggers, and 3, well, they're fucking idiots.
And 4, they have no emotions. The show clearly establishes they have no emotions. This, it's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. He literally just laid out why these are the least interesting characters you could possibly make your protagonists in an Alien show. They can't be impregnated by facehuggers. They don't feel fear. They don't have emotions. Why would you build your show around this? Starfury says Alien isn't about the bloke in the gray rubber suit. No, it's not. It's not. It's not even about Ellen Ripley. You may think it's about Ellen Ripley. It's actually not about Ellen Ripley. It's about how only a woman is the protagonist of Alien. That's all it's about. That is the totality of what Alien is about. Isn't it incredible? Isn't it incredible how often Hollywood just does not give a crap about canon? They don't give a damn about fan reaction or fan opinion. They don't care about whether something is comic book lore accurate. They don't care whether the timeline is correct. They don't care about an extended universe or novels that were once part of the backstory. No, they don't care about any of that. They don't want to be weighed down by things like canon and lore and so forth. But if you dare suggest that the tradition of having a female protagonist as the alien lead character ever be contradicted, you are a bigot. You do not understand Alien. You do not understand the Alien universe. If you dare suggest that the tradition of having a female protagonist lead an Alien film or TV show, you are out of your mind. But female Silver Surfer is fine. Female Silver Surfer, nothing wrong with that. Who gives a crap about lore and canon? Who gives a shit about tradition? That's not important. Male protagonist of Alien? What? That would be canon breaking.
Xenomorph is kind of retarded.
It's because they're wacko leftists. They don't have principles. I'm just going to cut to that's the answer.
Now, one thing that people seem to overlook about the aliens is that they're not really out to kill you. Yeah, they sometimes cause collateral damage in the heat of battle, but what they really want is to capture you and use you as a host to reproduce.
That's another great point. I was thinking about this while I was watching the show. The alien goes into this like dinner party and just massacres everyone inside of 10 seconds. He kills like 20 people. And I'm like, this is actually a misreading of what the aliens are doing. They're building a nest. Yes, they will eliminate a threat if a threat is on their doorstep, but mostly what they do is they capture people and then they use them to reproduce.
So the Xenomorph just mindlessly butchers every human it comes into contact with, like Leatherface after several pints of Red Bull. It's just so reductive and boring, and it misses the real horror of what these things are about. I mean, it's not exactly hard for the alien to do what it does either. Alien Earth slides neatly into one of the tropes that I absolutely despise in movies. Humans with guns that never work because they magically forget how to use them because the script says so. I'm not kidding, there's easily 4 or 5 different scenes where a human character could absolutely wipe out the Xenomorph with a single blast of a pulse rifle, but they either hesitate at a crucial moment, or miss an easy shot, or just stand there like fucking assholes. It's embarrassing and completely infuriating in a show like this. Ultimately, it's hard for me to know what to make of Alien Earth because it's offered up such wildly conflicting extremes. Is it going to be a smart and mature sci-fi horror with philosophical undertones, or a dumb as fuck slasher action flick with the alien name plastered over it? We're only 2 episodes in, so I can't say for sure at this point, but my hopes for this one are rapidly fading. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
That is a pretty good analysis by the Critical Drinker. It's interesting because I tend to absolutely hate that first episode, and he sort of liked it, and he hates the second episode, and the second episode, while dumb, does have some cool creature stuff in it that I enjoyed. So, but on the whole, yeah, it's hard to tell because it's only 2 episodes in, but I will just say I'm not impressed so far. I'm not impressed, and it's very much like Alien Romulus, quite frankly. It's a lot like Alien Romulus. It's sort of doing a cover band of alien tropes without any of the actual substance, without any of the talented writing that goes with it. Okay, we've got more in the stack of stuff. Mr. Producer, let me grab that. Yes, we have victory. Victory to celebrate. Woke is broke, and that's a good thing. So we're going to get into that next. Captain has to take a short break, though. I will be right back. All right, we are back. We are back, and we have much more to discuss, my dear sailors and star nuts. Captain's going to pour himself some more coffee. And don't forget, while you're here, please do like the stream, because it does help if you're enjoying the content. And woke is broke, folks. It's bad. It's very bad. Because we have inflicted defeat after defeat after defeat on woke storytelling. And we have a report from Gary over there at Nerdrotic. So we're going to take a look at this and dive into our next topic directly. That's how Grand Moff Tarkin says it. What's that? Starfury says, are we ever going to get anything decent in movies or TV again? That's an excellent question, dear Starfury. We do. We very rarely do. I would say Denis Villeneuve's Dune films are excellent. It's really interesting. I would say before I was this deep into the critiquing of modern filmmaking and everything, it was right after Endgame. I remember you had Shang-Chi came out, and you had Eternals come out, and you had a couple other things, and sort of everything had been like superhero movies for a while, and of course I loved the MCU and things like that. I just remember when I went to see Dune, I'd never read the books. I didn't really know much about it. I kind of had heard little things about it, but I was totally new to Dune. I didn't know the universe, any of that. And I once picked up the novel, and I was like, this is like reading an encyclopedia. This does not read like a novel. This reads like I'm like parsing together an encyclopedia, and I'm man enough to admit it. It was too intimidating. I was like, I can't. I just can't do this. So I sit in the theater to watch Dune just to see what I think about it, just to see if it's any good. And the minute the sound of the film begins, because you hear the sound of I don't know if it's like an incantation or something you hear in the beginning of the film, and you just see the epigraph about, the spice is what makes space travel possible and whatever. And then you see the sands of Arrakis, and then you're on the Atreides planet. I just remember sitting there thinking, wow, how long has it been since I saw a film? Not the latest like flash whiz bang CGI slop fest. Like, when's the last time I sat down and just watched a film that is worthy of the medium? And Dune was just glorious to watch. It was just I had such a blast watching that film. Just the use of color, the use of cinematography, the use of sound design. And it made me realize how rarely the action, it made me realize two things: how brilliant the medium of film is, how absolutely revelatory it can be in the hands of a talented artist, how almost anything is possible with a film. A film can create something that no other art form can create. That's number one. And number two, it made me realize how rarely film is used to its fullest potential. Because most of the time it's kind of just following a formula. And that's one of the reasons why Christopher Nolan films are so great, because he uses film to its highest potential. So I think that we will continue to, foreign films is probably where a lot of good films will come from. Godzilla -1 plus 2, or no, number 2. We'll just see whatever the sequel is. I'm very excited for that. So we will get them here and there. I think they will slip through the cracks. But here is what the real answer to your question is, my dear Starfury. The real answer is we are just going to have to do it ourselves. We are going to have to build new things, and we are just by being a fellowship of like-minded individuals supporting content creators and independent creators and calling out what's not working and clamoring for what should be working, we are going to bypass the legacy entertainment media. And this is already happening in the video game industry, by the way. Consider AAA games. AAA games are a complete disaster. The excellent YouTuber Legendary Drops reports on this frequently, how AAA gaming studios literally don't even understand their own customers anymore. Like, not at all. And all they want to do is rehash like old IPs they just want to regurgitate into live service games, and they leave their most valuable IPs just sitting around doing nothing. For example, why are there no StarCraft games? Why the hell is Blizzard doing nothing with StarCraft? Nothing! Meanwhile, independent video game studios are branching off and doing their own thing. The indie game developers are just crushing it right now. They're releasing little games that are making huge amounts of money. And a lot of the old creatives that used to work in the AAA studios are now just breaking off and working for indie studios. So the answer is we are already seeing it in the video game industry. And with AI technology, it is going to be more and more possible every day for us to start completely bypassing them. Look at news. News is no longer the sole province of the legacy media. They are now being bypassed. YouTube, X, TikTok are now bypassing the news media. Nobody gives a crap what a reporter thinks about anything anymore. Political analysts on CNN and MSNBC and Fox News are worthless. Nobody needs them anymore. Journalists are irrelevant. Listen, the only thing of value journalists ever had to offer the public, ever, was the notion of reporting truth without bias. That is the only selling point there ever existed for a journalist. So if modern journalists, which are liars and frauds and propaganda peddlers, if they traffic in lies, propaganda, and fake narratives, literally the only reason for them to exist does not exist. There's no purpose to a journalist if they cannot deliver the one thing that makes them a potentially valuable asset to society: truth without bias. And they won't do that. So we bypass them. That's the answer to your question, Staffy. We stand on the brink of a golden age. We have taken back the culture in so many quarters. We are at the beginning of the story. Stand fast, men. Stand fast. Good things are coming. AAA studios don't need to exist anymore, says Fu Man Blue. Just corporatized money grabs is all we're left with. Quite correct, sir. Quite correct.
Nerdrotic.com.
Greetings, you over 1 million hellions and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. It's been over 9 months since that little election in November of 2024 tipped the scales and caused the great cultural shift. And for some, that might feel like it was just yesterday, and for others, it might feel like it was a decade.
I'm gonna come.
And while 2025...
That's so funny. I love... Every time I hear it, it makes me laugh. It's so funny talking to like young Gen Zers, because their whole life they've grown up essentially in the era of Trumpian politics. And this just dawned on me one time when I was talking to a Gen Zer, and they were just talking about politics in general. And I remember thinking, I was like, how old were you when the Orange Man got elected, they'd tell me, and I'd be like, so you don't even, so you have never seen the world, or the political world specifically. You've never seen the political world as it existed before the Orange Man. You don't even know what it was like, how boring and nerdy it was. Nobody found politics interesting other than people like me, nerds. You had frickin' Ted Cruz with his little pocket protector, just being like, we're gonna do a flat tax. You're gonna fill out your taxes on a postage card. It's gonna be great. And while that may be a great suggestion, it's like most of the people are like, shut up, nerd. You had Mitt Romney trying to defend himself. I'm not going to ban contraception. Who would want to ban contraception? I'm not aware of anyone that wants to ban contraception. Why would you ask me that, dear media? Then you had Hillary Clinton, Hill the Beast. Just like, well, the way that you got to do this is you've got to talk in a diplomatic way to the leaders of other countries in a way that is sophisticated. And you have to know your enemy, and blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna come. And then it's like everything's different now. Everything's different. They don't even know what it was like before Trump. It's kind of an amazing thing.
Has been a tumultuous year. One thing you can't say is it's been boring. Still, it might have made it difficult to see the forest through the trees. Some will say woke is dead, or at the very least on bended knee. Others will say they're just circling the wagons and waiting to rebrand. And while that is debatable, and believe me, we'll get into that, it is undeniable over the last 9 months, the woke industrial complex has gotten its ass kicked. Thanks to the aforementioned cultural shift that was long overdue. And what evidence do we have of the woke industrial complex getting its ass kicked, you ask, dear viewer? Good question. I would like to thank the ex-Twitter handle of Sir Bill Holt for putting together this gratitude list. CNN ratings are in a week-to-week death spiral along with MSNBC.
This is so good. I read this X post. Yeah, so this guy basically listed all the things to be grateful for in 2025. This is beautiful.
Rachel Maddow had to take a pay cut. Wolf Blitzer and Jake Tapper were denied raises. Joy Reid was fired. Jim Acosta is gone. Neil Cavuto is gone. Lester Holt is gone. Chuck Todd is gone. Chris Wallace is gone. PBS defunded. NPR is defunded. USAID is gone. And I'm sure USAID's demise has absolutely nothing to do with the things I have mentioned or I'm about to. Total coincidence. ABC was forced to pay $15 million for lying about the president. Paramount was forced to settle for $16 million over editing a propaganda piece for 60 Minutes. The Associated Press, or as I like to call them, the Associated Narrative, had to cut 8% of its workforce. A good start. Justin Castro resigned. I'm sorry, Justin Trudeau. The Gulf of Mexico is now the Gulf of America. Woke Doctor Who was essentially canceled. The intersectional feminist Wheel of Time was canceled, leading to Amazon studio head, who's essentially Kathleen Kennedy 2.0. She was the architect of the Rims of Power. Jennifer Salke getting fired. Rachel Zegler's Latinx Snow White bombed. Captain African American bomb. As a matter of fact, every Disney Marvel movie is bombed. Late night ratings continue to tank. Morbidly obese people are appearing less frequently in commercials. White people are back in commercials.
Let's switch channels. This show is dull. You bet.
And we'll get to those last two in just a moment, but it is more than clear that the corporations in charge of our socials, information, and entertainment are in a bit of a conundrum right now. Because it turns out these cowardly, risk-averse companies who made a conscious decision to let the extortion DEI wolf in the door, which alienated well over half of your potential customers who you need to buy the products you advertise on your web pages or stick into your TV shows on streaming services, the same people you need to buy those streaming service subscriptions or news site subscriptions, the same people you need to buy movie tickets, are just over it. And I'm not sure.
You're so right, Redoubt Productions. This year's Thanksgiving is going to be a barn burner. There's going to be a long list.
if it's because the investor money is dried up or that USAID money is dried up, but it also turns out that some people in some of these corporations that control our information, entertainment, and socials realize they can't just get by with half of the potential customer base. They actually need all of them. Now, is this shift that once again probably should have happened a few years ago happening fast enough? No, but there are signs and portents.
And the portents say it is time.
Again, past time, but at least something is happening. And these aren't the radical changes we wanted, but I would say look more at the reactions than the actual actions if you want to get a white pill. Speaking of late night ratings and white people being back in commercials, let's look at what's happened over the last couple of weeks. You all remember the great Sydney Sweeney controversy that somehow, inexplicably, is still going on today, where a jeans company did the unthinkable. They put an admittedly hot woman in a pair of jeans working a pun. Now, I know there's some dudes out there who will think Sydney Sweeney is mid, and I'll just say it's okay to be gay.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
I 100%.
And to show how far the bar has been lowered,
I 100% agree with that.
this is Sydney Sweeney putting her best assets in baggy jeans. As most of you know by now, since Sydney Sweeney's ad campaign for American Eagle started, their market cap has increased by $400 million, which was fueled by a 20% stock increase. There's been an increase in foot traffic into the American Eagle stores, and the jeans have been selling out online. Oh, and I'm talking about American Eagle jeans on my channel. Is this a response to the worst forced error in marketing history, the Dylan Mulvaney fiasco, and the worst time and most ill-advised ad campaign in history, which just so happened to drop the same month the culture shifted, November 2024? That will be Jaguar. And the answer to that question is yes.
Oh,
and while
jeez.
Sydney...
that freak show, that Jaguar freak show, man. Oh, God. Everything woke, everything leftist turns to crap. Absolute crap.
Sweeney is plastered all over the Sphere in Las Vegas and New York Times Square, where fentanyl zombies are free to watch her all day. Not everybody is happy. And these scholars, members of Mensas, sages, and wise women are not afraid to talk about it.
That's Nazi propaganda. Wow.
Those Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ads are weird.
Sometimes you can't even believe they're real. You just can't even believe it. She literally, what was it, Ryan Kittle, the angriest man on the internet, who said you can hear the cheeseburger in her mouth. Sydney Sweeney is weird. Sydney Sweeney is weird. Folks, my dear sailors and star nauts, never doubt it. My impersonation of woke wackos is impeccable. It is deadly accurate. Just listen to how they say, Sydney Sweeney is weird. Just weird.
Like fascist weird.
Like fascist.
Nazi propaganda.
Like Nazi fascist weird. She's so weird.
Weird.
Pure Nazi shit. Saying that a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl has good genes is Nazi shit.
Do you have good genes, madam? Somehow, I feel like your gene pool was a bit on the shallow side.
Sydney Sweeney's jeans ad is giving ethnic state propaganda. It is giving dystopian. It is giving 1940s Germany.
That's one ugly bitch.
Thank you for sharing. And if Sydney Sweeney and American Eagle are indeed trying to sell some white supremacy, that was a pretty good ad campaign. But seriously, this is the win. The people who were upset's insanity was on display for everyone to see. And just a few years ago, American Eagle probably would have bent the knee, but they didn't. And now in the future, we're going to get more hot women in commercials. And that's a good thing. And just a few days prior to Sydney Sweeney prancing around in...
That's a great point. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, they might not have fired Sydney Sweeney. They certainly would have issued some kind of like apology, but they might not have fired her. But then when it was revealed that she was a registered Republican, that's when they would have fired her. And that's exactly why they doxed her. They doxed her registration status because they thought that that tactic would work. They thought that if they doxed that she was a registered Republican, that would intimidate American Eagle into canceling her. And a couple of years ago, that would have worked, and it did not work this time. So you ask, dear Starfury, you ask, when will we get good things again? We're starting to get good things again. It's going to take time. The rot is deep. But just consider, even just when I started this channel, how different things are. When I started this channel, we were in the thick of it. We had Mandalorian Season 3. We had Secret Invasion. We had Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. We had The Witcher. We had Wheel of Time. We had the first season of Rings of Power. We had the Marvels. We had Echo. The sheer amount, the Acolyte, with a sheer amount of garbage. And back then, before all these things had come to fruition, remember what I told you, my dear chat. I said, make your next woke trash fire, Disney. Keep doing it. Because we are going to inflict defeat after defeat after defeat on you. What did I say? All that time ago, what did I say, dear chat?
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender!
And surrender we did not. Instead, we inflicted defeat after defeat after withering defeat on woke storytelling and propaganda storytelling, and look where we are now. How many of these have flopped? How many of these? And now we're actually starting to get changes. We're not all the way there yet. Superman 2025, although a deeply flawed film and certainly not the best Superman film ever, it wasn't woke. So progress. Progress is happening. The conversation is so different now. 2 years ago, all this garbage was ascendant. Now it's almost, the fascinating thing is I don't think these studios want to change at all. I don't think they ever wanted to let go of the same crap they've been doing. They have been forced to. So we have them between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, independent media is on the rise. On the other hand, the old methods are failing. Superman 2025 is being celebrated for clearing $500 million, as if to have completely forgotten that it was only a few short years ago that it was expected that every movie would be a billy killer. So suddenly $1 billion has become $500 million. We've already changed the conversation completely. The Orange Man reigns. And long Willie. What's that? Fu Man Blue says, welcome aboard, Michael Archangel. Michael Archangel, welcome, sir. Were her boys registered Republicans also? I don't know, Michael Archangel. I simply don't. Her boys? To what do you refer, sir? Surely you don't mean her calcium cannons, because I wouldn't use boys for that.
Her Canadian tuxedo, it was announced that Late Night with Stephen Colbert would be canceled, but it doesn't end there. He wouldn't be replaced. They just ended the show.
You're fired.
And I can hear you now, dear viewer. Why in the hell haven't they done that years ago? Good question. Considering the Late Late Show with James Corden and No UK were never taking him back was canceled in 2023 after operating at a $20 million loss. Turns out the Late Show with Stephen Colbert and his team of writers who were never funny cost $100 million a year and was operating at a $40 million loss.
Case in point. Look at this, chat. Look at this. All of their business models fail. All of their business models are producing nothing but loss. Time is on our side. Time is on our side. Making YouTube videos, writing our own books and comics, bullshitting on YouTube, those things are free. Running the Stephen Colbert Show, that means you've got to lose $40 million a year. Time is on our side. It's not on their side, dear chat. AI may scare us at times, but it terrifies them. Because while AI will give new and terrifying weapons to the powerful, it will also give new and terrifying weapons to us. And that's a crucial difference. And Michael Archangel, yes, Michael, that's an acceptable term. Fun bags, we will accept that as well. I would say girls. I would have just said, were her girls registered Republicans? I prefer calcium cannons. This is a military vessel of war, and we prefer those types of nautical terms. Now, Redoubt Productions here with a fascinating suggestion says we make a live-action blue gender show. Hey, let me, to me, Mr. Producer. We make a live-action blue gender show with Sydney Sweeney as the character on the left here, Marlene. That is a genius idea, Redoubt Productions. I love that idea. That's an excellent idea. Jugs is, yes, Jugs will also be accepted as well. Jugs will be accepted. Tatas, melons, bangers. Yes. I see that we've become a regular thesaurus today on the Captain's Cast. You said hire Sydney Sweeney to play Marlene Angel, and we make lots of money. Solid plan, right? We just don't own that IP. I wish though. God, what I would give. If I could own one IP, if it was like you are now the sole leader and owner of one fictional IP. Of course, it would be Star Trek. It would have to be Star Trek. But if it weren't Star Trek, it would be Blue Gender, because I think that would just be Berserk. I take it back. It'd be Berserk and then Blue Gender. It would be Star Trek, then Berserk, then Blue Gender. I think Star Wars would probably be somewhere around number 40, honestly. Honestly. If I were ever somehow in a position to save Star Wars, it would be because I had, built all my businesses and done everything I ever wanted to do, and now I'm just, screwing around with my retirement, and it's just a pure mission of mercy. That's all that would be. That would be like, okay, it's a charity case. I can work for charity on occasion. That's not to say I would not, take loving care of it. It's just, there's other priorities. I would much rather save Star Trek before saving Star Wars. That would be more important to me. And you know what I would do? If I were put in charge of Star Trek, I would immediately make Terry Matalas. I would make him the head writer. That's the very first thing I would do. And I would actually also go and get Ronald D. Moore and see if I could bring him in. I'd go find, what's Brandon Braga up to lately? Rick Berman. If I could just and then Michael Acuda. I would get Michael Acuda, and he would be in charge of all of the behind the scenes designs. Michael Westmore would be in charge of approving the visual effects for the aliens and stuff like that. But yes, Terry Matalas would be the writer-in-chief And I would just be, in fact, if I were in charge of Star Wars, I'd probably still go get Terry Matalas. Who would play Tally, Lyra, and Edie in Mass Effect, Starfury? I didn't even think about that. If I were in charge of Mass Effect, which would definitely be before Star Wars, I would choose Mass Effect. Who would play Tally? Fascinating. I'd have to think about it. I'm so on the spot with that. Who would play? Well, Trisha Helfer would play Edie. Trisha Helfer, of course, the actress who plays Edie would continue to play Edie because Trisha Helfer is a knockout. Come on. Caprica 6? Hell yeah. Sweeney as Miranda? Well, the interesting thing is there's a real actress that Miranda was modeled after. She's probably aged out of that role a little bit, but that's not a bad suggestion. Not a bad suggestion. I feel like Tally could be... I feel like Julia Garner could play Tally, maybe. I'm a big fan of Julia Garner. Not Jack. Who would play Jack? Michael Archangel? You know, the sad thing is Jack was actually an interesting shaved head chick character. So who would you find to actually play that? Because now those are a dime a dozen. You can get any old actress to play a shaved head character, but who would play Jack well? This is a fascinating conversation. We're going to have to get into this at some point. You in the chat, I want you to start throwing out suggestions.
Despite being a mouthpiece for Pfizer and his mouth on the piece of the...
And if you're watching this on the restream, put in the comments who you would cast for Mass Effect characters. Liara Tassone? Who would play Liara Tassone? I've got that's a really important one right there.
Uniparty, and he had the best ratings of all the broadcast late night shows, which makes you wonder how they're performing. And for that, you need to look no further than his competitors' reaction. If Jay Leno was canceled, David Letterman would have had a party and danced on his grave, and vice versa. And of course, this is being framed as something that's as absurd as saying American Eagle and Sydney Sweeney are pushing eugenics and white supremacy with their jeans commercial pun. The media narrative is that Donald Trump made firing Stephen Colbert a stipulation in the Skydance Paramount merger over Paramount owned 60 Minutes editing a propaganda piece. Now, one may argue that 60 Minutes is just propaganda.
Michael Archangel says Jack was the first character you chose for companionship in the Mass Effect universe. I don't blame you. You know, the amazing thing about Jack is she's... Oh, God, what do I have on the screen here?
Propaganda, and you'd be right. Now, I guess it...
Okay, that's a little better. I'd rather look at Gary than Kamala. Kamala. If I have pronounced Kamala's name respectfully, please let me know so that I can never make that mistake again. I never want to accidentally pronounce her name respectfully. I only ever want to pronounce it disrespectfully because that is how it is meant. Yes, the thing about Jack that was interesting is she actually was the product of like being tormented and experimented on and then being a prisoner. So like it made sense that she had a crazy haircut. She was a wacko. It made sense. It was cool. There was a reason for her to look unappealing. You know what I mean? And it made her endearing. It made you like her.
Argument can be made that Paramount and Skydance offered up Stephen Colbert to sweeten the deal to get that merger through, but I think the truth is that Late Night with Stephen Colbert was canceled because of...
Question for the chat. Who is the... Okay, I'm going to put a poll in the chat then. Let's do a poll. Okay. Who is the, all things being equal, the most attractive, the most likable, the most inviting, and well acted? Why have I run out of characters already, Mr. Producer? How am I supposed to ask a properly structured question with only 100 characters? Who's long-winded? It's called being precise. Fine. I will make it pithier. Who is the cutest female character in Mass Effect? And the choices will be Liara, Tally, probably should put Miranda in there, and we'll throw in Jack as a fourth option. There you go. It's a democracy here at the Captain's Cast, at least insofar as Mass Effect opinions go.
Cost $100
Ana de Armas? That's not a bad suggestion.
million a year, lost $40 million a year,
As Liara.
which probably
As
contributed
Liara.
to the $15 billion in debt Paramount was in, meaning nobody was watching it, or more importantly, buying the products that were advertised on the show. And I will not even entertain your slanders stating that this has something to do with US aid shutting down. That is a conspiracy. And quite frankly, aside from his comrades in late night, including but not limited to Jon Stewart, Jimmy Fallon, and Jimmy Kimmel, old boomers who need something to fall asleep to in the corporate legacy media, everyone else is happy about this. The bad news is the show still runs for another year. The good news is we won't have clips from his show polluting YouTube anymore, and now that I think of it, I haven't seen them that much lately.
But wait! There's more!
This brings us to the king of all sellouts, Howard Stern. It was reported by the citadel of journalism, The Sun, which has never been sued for lying or stalking, that the former shock jock turned into agoraphobic twat wouldn't be re-upped by Sirius, or at least lowballed. And that would make sense, considering the former self-anointed king of all media, who I used to be a big fan of. He was a man of the people. He was the voice of the working man, and he used to roast Hollywood all the time, and now he's turned into what he used to make fun of. A celebrity ass-kissing Yenta cost Sirius $100 million a year. Back during his peak, Howard Stern used to have 20 million people listening to him, and now it's being reported it's in the low 100,000s. And considering his act of late, that seems a bit high.
When are we going to stop putting up with the idiots in this country and just say, it's mandatory to get vaccinated? F them, f their freedom. I want my freedom to live.
And you're the kind of leader I love, because we're lucky to have you in the Oval Office and serving as the father of the country, because if you're a good father to your family, which you are, I know you'd be a good father to the country.
Oh my God. I think I just threw up in my mouth.
What a biggity bitch.
And the king of all media, who used to be regularly discussed in the news for controversial statements and was truly a groundbreaking broadcaster, is now the biggest sellout of all time, and his demise can be summed up in 2 clips.
Ellen DeGeneres is such a jerk. I love every show when you come out and dance.
And now the only time he's ever discussed in the news is no longer for hot takes, it's for bad ones. Or when this former man of the people leaves his mansion for the first time in 2 years over COVID.
Enjoy. Live life.
You did get it in
Embrace life.
You did get it.
I got it after I was vaccinated. Let's not even get into that, because I know you and your boyfriend, Howard Stern, are very paranoid about this.
Or when his bosses just let his contract run out. There would have been a time where this might have upset people, but that was over a decade ago. And if you look at the reaction now, it ranges from what took you so long to good. And that's the good news. The bad.
Star Fury, while I appreciate your suggestion of Emily Blunt as FemShep, I would never want a FemShep in the film adaptation. Under no circumstances. I'm completely against it. Completely. Even though I play as a FemShep, even though I love Jennifer Hale's voice performance of Female Shepherd, absolutely 100%, zero compromise on this. I will never, and I can promise you, if they do a film adaptation, it will be a FemShep. But I guarantee it will be a FemShep if they do a film adaptation of Mass Effect. And they want to. They really do. I will never support it. And that's the reason. That's the reason. Because we can never, ever, ever have an alien property with a male star. But we can always have a Predator film or TV show with a female protagonist. We can always convert James Bond to a woman. We can always do that, but we can never go the other way. And so essentially, if you cannot portray a masculine, heroic male Shepard, I'm not interested. Like, I'm not interested at all. I'm tired of the girl boss. I'm tired of this obsession with every single thing being female-led, female-driven. Like, I won't support it. I'm not interested in that at all. But I do appreciate that as a suggestion. Karen Gillan as Jack, interesting. Never played Mass Effect as a woman, Michael the Archangel says. I probably wouldn't have either, except that I played it so many times that I needed to do something different, and that's how I wound up playing FemShep. But Star Fury says, I have to disagree with you on this one. This is the one franchise that I'd want a FemShep who ends up with Garrus. Oh, geez. Leave it to Star Fury to suggest how that might sound appealing. Listen, Star Fury, I understand how you feel, and I respect that. I really do. But listen, we don't let the Raylos write fan fiction for Star Wars, at least not willingly. We don't want Raylos writing Star Wars, right? So you got to take one for the team here, because you have to admit that's your fan fiction. And there's nothing in the world wrong with that. But that doesn't mean it should be the canon film adaptation of the series, okay? Your Garrus FemShep fan fiction can't be what leads to the film adaptation. I understand how you feel, but we must put our feelings aside, Star Fury, and do what's right. We have to do what's right. You understand. See, the thing is, Raylos are weird, okay? And I didn't used to understand this. I get it now. It's taken time, but I understand why they're weird. The Acolyte is really what helped me understand why Raylos are weird. Because Jeremy at D-Day Cobra would always say, Raylos are weird. And I was like, what? Why does he say that? What's the deal there? And then I saw the Acolyte and all of the Chimere OSHA stuff, and I was like, I get it now. I fully understand the problem. So the thing about Raylos is that there's nothing inherently wrong with having, desires of seeing Rey and Kylo Ren get together. Like that's all. That's fine. As a fan, you're entitled to whatever weird fetishes or fantasies you want about the characters. But the minute that you allow Raylos to dictate what's actually going to happen in Star Wars on screen, now you've got a problem. So Star Fury, with great respect, your Garrus FemShep fantasy notwithstanding, we cannot allow that to be the canon story of Mass Effect. Okay? I love Garrus too. He's my boy. But we just can't love Garrus. Do you understand what I'm saying? We could love Garrus. We just can't love Garrus. How woke will it be? Ask Michael Archangel and Star Fury with the correct answer. It will be a fucking disaster area. Oh, dude, it's not even that the Mass Effect movie will be a woke disaster area. The fourth Mass Effect is going to be a disaster. It is Dragon Age Veilguard. I was listening to the Dragon Age Inquisition soundtrack and just reliving how freaking glorious Dragon Age Inquisition is. And then to go from that epic, high fantasy, just glorious awesomeness, to go from that to Dragon Age Veilguard, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable to me how even I couldn't have predicted how bad Veilguard was going to be. And that's what's in store for us in Mass Effect 4. Like so if the fourth Mass Effect is going to be that bad, the movie, oh my God. Oh my God. There is no chance that Shepard is a male if they make the movie or the TV show of Mass Effect. No chance. Just look at Fallout. Look at Fallout. Female protagonist. Admittedly, a cute female protagonist. Hey, what's the name of that actress? She should be Liara Tassoni. The actress who played what's her name? I fucking forgot her name. But the main character in the Fallout TV show, Lucy. That actress, she should be Liara Tassoni. She would be perfect for that. She's adorable. Adorable. I really do like the actress, and I even kind of like the character of Lucy. I'm just making the point that there was never any possibility we were going to have a male lead for the Fallout show. There was zero possibility of that. And it's the same for basically any video game series where there's a choice between male or female actor. It's going to be a female protagonist. Hell, the next Halo anything is probably going to be a female protagonist. It's just how it is. Aaron Taylor Johnson as Shepard. That's fairly brilliant. That's a fairly brilliant suggestion. That would be cool. Shepard and Emily Blunt as Liara. No, Emily Blunt is look, she's gorgeous. She's a beautiful woman, but she's aged out of that. She's aged out of that role. No offense. Miranda is currently in the lead in the poll of who is the cutest girl in Mass Effect. Liara. No, 0% for Liara? Really? No Liara enjoyers in the chat? Tally is, of course, an acceptable answer. What's under the mask? What's under there?
Bad news is this is just a rumor and it could all be a work. But it would be funny if the dinosaur broadcasting company Sirius XM lowballed Howard Stern and he had to take it just to feel relevant. And somewhere, Don Imus is laughing. And aside from American Eagle and Sydney Sweeney, what does everything I've mentioned have in common? From the fashion industry having dudes selling perfume and stuffing morbidly obese people into jeans, or traditional corporations in America and beyond succumbing to woke marketing, from Walmart to Target to John Deere.
He just showed on the screen an ad in which someone is putting on lipstick and they reveal it's an old man. And it's a Target ad. This is how bad things were getting, folks. This is how bad it was getting. What the hell happened to us? Our civilization, as recently as a year ago, was in a state of complete cultural freefall and decay. Our civilization was basically collapsing. That's how dire the situation was getting just 10 years ago. Western civilization was falling apart. And you may think that that's a bit of an overreaction to a commercial where an old man is putting on lipstick and it's portrayed as stunning and brave. But to me, it's just like it's the top layer symptom. It's the top layer symptom. Because that is gross. That's why, because it's gross. And nobody wants to see it. So the fact that was what was dominating our culture, have you taken a moment to be thankful? To be thankful where we are right now? I was even just thinking today, the Orange Man, the God Emperor of humanity, Donald Trump. Certainly one of the greatest U.S. presidents in all history. And I don't say that lightly because unlike most people that say that so-and-so is the best president ever, they're just saying that because within their lifetime. No, I am saying from George Washington to now. But I was even thinking, Abraham Lincoln is considered a founder. When we say the founders of America, the founding fathers, we're not just talking about the very first founding fathers. We're talking about additional people throughout our history that have helped revitalize and save this country. Abraham Lincoln is considered a founder because he helped deliver us from the absolute collapse of our country. And then you have more recent figures, such as, I personally would say, John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr., who helped deliver us from dark chapters in our history. And I personally think the Orange Man deserves to be considered an American founder. Because he refounded this country, which was about to completely collapse. We have taken back the culture. We have taken it back. Now there's a lot of work to do, but we have a chance. There's a great line in Razor Fist doesn't. Oh, I believe me, Star Fury. I know very well how Razor Fist feels about Abraham Lincoln, and he's wrong. He's wrong. But more importantly, there's a strange historical revisionism going on with Abraham Lincoln that is, and believe me, I understand his arguments about Lincoln. Lincoln did things that you could say were tyrannical and imperialistic, but he did them to stop the collapse of the country. And, it's just a question of whether you agree or not, and I happen to agree. So you can't allow the South to destroy the country over slavery, okay? You just can't allow that. So no, I don't agree with him at all, and I do understand that that's a popular historical revision that's going around. But it's either you have the United States of America or you don't. Those are your choices, and Lincoln chose we're keeping it around. We're keeping it around, and that was going to happen one way or the other. That conflict was going to happen someday. And it was basically going to happen from the very founding of the country. So no, I do not share Razor Fist's opinion at all. What do you think, Redoubt? You think Razor Fist is right about that? I'm just curious. You know what? Since we're on the subject, let me just pull this up real quick. Where's my camera, Mr. Producer? Am I on? I want to grab... Yes. Give me this intro. I want to show you... I just saw this today. Or yesterday, I should say. And it just reminded me how far BioWare fell. This is the menu screen to Dragon Age Inquisition. Can you believe this is what we had before Dragon Age Veilguard? It gives me chills just thinking about it. That's what they took from us, my dear sailors and star nuts. All right, now back to the video.
To Harley Davidson, to Jaguar and Bud Light, to every single late night show, to The Daily Show, which in my humble opinion was always to Howard Stern. They chose a side, alienated half of this country, half of the potential audience / customers in...
Wrangler is in the chat. A whole lot of Ola, says Wrangler. Ahoy, Wrangler. Welcome aboard. Redoubt says, I've had my fair share of gripes with Razor Fist's interpretation of Lincoln, particularly the meaning of the Emancipation Proclamation. Yes, specifically, essentially what Razor Fist is arguing is that the states had the right to succeed from the nation, and Lincoln acted like an emperor or a dictator and basically said that, no, they don't. And he enforced his will upon these other states. And actually, what Lincoln was arguing was that under the Constitution, the states which created the federal government and chose to unite into the United States of America, as part of that pact, they ratified the Constitution. And from that point, they surrendered their right to leave the Union. That's basically what he was arguing. He was saying that you can't have a federal union if the members of the union can just simply leave it whenever they feel like it. If they can leave it whenever its laws become inconvenient for them, then that just means that there's no union. And so he was arguing that the existence of the union precluded leaving it. Now, whether you agree with that or not is your business. But me personally, I tend to think there was merit to what he was saying, but either way, he did what had to be done. Lincoln did what had to be done. And it was ugly, and it was painful, and it required, you know what? A modern allegory to this, sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities, which essentially are leftist, hellhole, shithole cities, which have decided that they don't have to obey the federal laws on immigration, and they could do whatever the hell they want. And if they don't want to put people in jail who break the laws, they are entitled to do that. And right now, the head of state in the country is saying you don't have the right to do that, and is saying we're going to solve the problem. You don't have to help us, but we're going to solve it. And you have rioters and protesters actively trying to stop the federal government from enforcing federal laws. Lincoln was in exactly the same position. He had southern states and southern governments nullifying the laws of the United States Constitution and federal government and basically rebelling against the laws of the country and actually attacking federal sites and seizing federal property. And Lincoln was saying, if you think you have the right to do that as a state, then we don't actually have a country. And what he said was, we have a country, you can't do that. And that's essentially the same problem we're having now. We have leftist cities which are saying we don't have to do what the federal government says if we don't feel like it. And that's not how the Constitution works. If that's how it worked, we wouldn't have the United States. There wouldn't be a United States. So no, I won't be hearing razor-fist, petulant, childish arguments about how Lincoln was a petty dictator. He was not. He saved the United States of America and its ideals. It was either that or it all goes down the tubes within 30 years of its founding. Sorry, well, really 50, 60 years of its founding, but it was already on the way out within 30 years, and he would have allowed it to go out within 60 years of its founding. That would have meant that the American experiment lasted for a whole half century. Imagine if Lincoln had allowed that to happen. So no, I don't have any time for that argument. Redoubt says December 1860 to April 1861 is really fascinating and unrightly overlooked in studying the Civil War. So much maneuvering by the Union and Confederacy to put themselves in the moral right to go to war. Yes, indeed. Ben Kingsley as Udina? That is inspired, Star Fury. Ben Kingsley to play Udina from Mass Effect. Seth Green plays Joker. Yeah, I would say. Honestly, you would need a younger actor who's kind of a jokester, is what I would do. Rachel McAdams. Why are you... Listen, Star Fury, I'm not saying Rachel McAdams isn't hot, but you're picking actresses that are... Liara Tassoni in Asari years is young. She's like in her 20s in Asari years, right? So... she has to be a young actress. So Rachel McAdams in her prime, 100%. Well, hell, Jessica Alba in her prime. But Jessica Alba's not in her prime anymore. Now, you could have Rachel McAdams play... You know what? She could play Samara. She could play Samara. Are your posts being deleted, Redoubt? I don't know. I don't think I'm missing him. Is Tube you eating my Civil War posts? I'm not. Oh, wait, hang on. Let me go to live chat. Let me view by live chat because it defaults to top chat view. I'm going through your posts again to see if I missed any. I see some posts. I guess. I swear, if they're censoring like Civil War discuss, my God. Okay, roll tape.
Other countries, and worse, made an enemy of them.
I hate you for voting for him, for not having an intelligence. I hate you. I don't want you here.
And if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book.
Your terms are acceptable.
And if you disagree with this sentiment, just hit the unfollow button. I don't need your business. Thanks.
Not a great plan.
Some obviously haven't learned their lesson, and some have. But we still have one more to talk about. Speaking.
Bruce Greenwood as the Elusive Man? Now that's a good one. That's pretty good. I gotta tell you. I mean, obviously Martin Sheen, you would think, but if it wasn't going to be Martin Sheen, that's pretty good. And by the way, the Elusive Man is my favorite fictional antagonist of all time. I love the Elusive Man. One of the best characters of all time.
Of corporations that betrayed their core audience, Disney, a corporation who doesn't have a problem with naughty things being taught to kindergartners in Florida, shrunk Finn on the Force Awakens poster for China, covered up the late Chadwick Boseman's face on the Black Panther poster for China. They also didn't have a problem thanking the province that controls a concentration camp in China, and they had no qualms with doing business in a country where being gay is illegal, yabba dabba Abu Dhabi. And they really didn't have a problem casting Pedro Pascal in two of their biggest franchises, even after he called half the country Confederate Nazis. But it seems they took great exception with Gina Carano making an analogy, leading to Gina Carano, with the help of Elon Musk lawyers, suing Disney, and she won. Now, it was more of a technical knockout than a knockout, but it was a win nonetheless. Now, I would have loved to seen a video where Kathleen Kennedy starts out with
fade in
and then commences to, on her knees, grovel to a standing Gina Carano in full Cara Dune regalia, apologizing to Gina, the entire Star Wars fan base, George Lucas.
Oh, that's brilliant. Rachel Zegler to play Khaleesa Al-Jilani, the annoying reporter that you can punch in the game. Oh, that is the best. That is the best, Star Fury. I 100% agree with you. Rachel Zegler to play Khaleesa but what is her full name? Khaleesa Al-Janine Ben Kalani or some shit. Yes, that would be so good. Pedro Pascal plays everyone in Mass Effect, Michael Archangel. That's a great suggestion also. I'm surprised I didn't think of that.
And then resigning. I would have loved Discovery and access to those emails. That would have been content for at least 2 years, and then I could retire to Abu Dhabi.
And I've on a toilet made out of solid gold, but it's just not in the cards now, is it?
Gina Carano as Ashley Williams. I'll allow that. The captain will allow that.
But she did pull off the unthinkable. Gina made the corporate god bleed and submit. Keep in mind, this was Lucasfilm's first statement after Gina Carano's firing. Gina Carano was not currently employed by Lucasfilm, and there are no plans for her to be in the future. Nevertheless, her social media posts denigrating people based on their cultural or religious identities are abhorrent and unacceptable. And it was statements like that Disney was repeating right up to 2024, but now their tune has changed. The Walt Disney Company and Lucasfilm are pleased to announce that we have reached an agreement with Gina Carano to resolve the issues in her pending lawsuit against the companies. You mean your companies. Miss Carano was always well respected by her directors, co-stars, and staff, and she worked hard to perfect her craft while treating her colleagues with kindness and respect. With this lawsuit concluded, we look forward to identifying opportunities to work together with Miss Carano in the near future. That might not sound like an apology to you, because it isn't, but it's as close as we're gonna get, and the significance of this cannot be undersold. Outside of Tom Cruise, there isn't an actor in that town that could have gotten Disney to do this. And that's thanks to Gina, who has the biggest metaphorical balls in Hollywood, and Elon's lawyers. Keeping in mind, despite how much I was rooting for her, this was a tough case to prove, and Gina could have easily lost. And I'm sure that's what Disney and Lucasfilm thought too, but pride comes before the bitch slap. Also keep in mind, this did embarrass Disney. This embarrassed Bob Iger. This embarrassed Lucasfilm. This embarrassed Kathleen Kennedy. And I guarantee you, everyone in that building at the Presidio is quietly pissed, and it just make you feel good?
So good.
And again, if you don't think this is a loss, look at the reactions.
We know why the worst kinds of people are really excited about this, right? We understand why it is that they need to make this a win.
Did Carano's anti-vax, alt-right, transphobic comments have anything to do with the fact that they don't want to work with her? Yes.
Since Bob Iger came back, there has been a complete gutting of anything that makes Disney so appealing to minority communities.
Elon Musk helped her. That's the only reason why this lawsuit went on for so long and ended up being settled, because she had unlimited funds for this lawsuit.
Now, I don't want to throw too many wins at you because you might pull something, but Rosie O'Donnell thinks because of Donald Trump, The View might get canceled. Well, that would be bad for content creators. It would be great for humanity. And you saw this when they lost Twitter to Elon. And when you see these minor little gains in the culture war by the other side,
everyone loses their minds.
Let's hear from the tolerant left.
White people that triple Trump should be banned, boycotted from enjoying the best thing that America has to offer, which is multiculturalism. Get your fat asses out of the Mexican restaurant. Get your fat asses over to Cracker Barrel. Nobody wants to see that shit.
What did Cracker Barrel ever do to you? Poor Cracker Barrel's like, what did we do? We just make fried chicken and dumplings. We just make mashed potatoes. What do you do? We sell like, honey in mason jars in our little store. What did we do? Look, bitch, I'm not a triple Trumper. How dare you call me a triple Trumper? I'm a quadruple Trumper. I'm going to vote for him in 2028. How does that sound? And then I'm going to order a lot of tacos in your honor.
No one.
And the only thing less funny than woke white women with plastic in their face is woke comedians.
Yourself. Just go yourself.
I've been seeing like...
Folks, why am I playing this video? I'm playing this video to give you some perspective. They are losing. They are losing badly. The woke wackos that have spent 20 years destroying every IP that we have ever loved, Disney was forced to say publicly that they like Gina Carano. She's wonderful. Imagine, 2-3 years ago when we were losing our First Amendment rights, our right to freedom of assembly, when truth itself was vanishing. Just think of how dark those times were. And now look, in just a couple short years, look at the massive, seismic change, the turning of the tide. When the Nazis lost at Stalingrad, it wasn't the end of World War II. It wasn't the end of the war effort or the work. It was the beginning of the end. Victor Davis Hanson had a brilliant little snippet that I caught on a YouTube short in between cat videos. In between little kitty cat videos, I saw a Victor Davis Hanson short, which was about how, there was a point in the war, I think it was like just before Stalingrad, where Germany had control of most of Russia. They had control of some of the Caucasus. They were about to seize the oil fields. They had control of most of North Africa. The Japanese prosperity sphere had basically complete unchallenged control of almost all of the Pacific Ocean, and they were just about to cut off Australia from the trade routes to the United States. Like, and he's basically talking about there was a point when the Axis basically controlled half of the Earth. And it was looking, and they were about to close their grip on everything. They were about to turn the Mediterranean into an Axis lake. They were about to turn all of Eastern Europe into their personal oil refinery. You know, the Japanese were about to turn the Pacific into a Japanese lake. That's how close we were. And then, just one victory at a time, we started to turn all of that back around. And now, the great victory that we look back on seems inevitable. But it wasn't at the time. And so what I'm saying is, Stalingrad basically happened in the culture war last year. And there's a long, long war to go. But it's a different war now, isn't it? It's a hell of a lot different. Sydney Sweeney ads have replaced Dylan Mulvaney ads. And they're so pissed, man. They're losing. The View, the hens at The View are on hiatus. Just consider. Maz Mikkelsen as Saren. Starfury, you are on fire. You are on fire. Anderson, Denzel Washington. Fuck. Oh, that is a great suggestion. Denzel, he's so grizzled now. Because I love the actor that actually plays Anderson. He's a great actor, and his name just escapes me at the moment. Gosh, he's been in so many things. Actor who plays David Anderson in Mass Effect. Keith Richards. I didn't have to finish Googling it. I just remembered. It's Keith Richards. I love Keith Richards, but a grizzled Denzel as Admiral Anderson would be just so money. Just on fire with the cast. Starfury is now the casting director of Mass Effect, except for the younger babes. He's gonna put J-Lo in there to play one of them. I just know it. So he can't be trusted with the babes, I think. But he's definitely crushing it on the male cast, for sure. For sure. Midway, El Alamein, Stalingrad, 3 of the biggest turning points of World War II. Yes. Yes, indeed, Redoubt.
Jeselnik having an issue with...
And The View will be canceled soon, Michael Archangel. I agree with that statement.
People like Tony Hinchcliffe, who he's saying uses profanity or just shock value comedy. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, at this point, it's lazy and sloppy and hackneyed. It's hack now. I mean, you know, you guys got the freedom you wanted. You can now say whatever you want. They're defeated. Their rights have been denied. So whether they knew it or not, that's what they were spearheading. So now it's reality, and you want to still keep kicking them?
Yup. But at least there are some that are...
I've said it before. We have the woke on the ropes. We have them on the ropes. And because we've been learning at their unforgiving feet for such a long time. Their tactics have been a weapon against us. We have learned their very techniques. So now that they're on the rope, the next place they're going is the mat. And after they go down on the mat, we're going to put them below the mat. That's what's going to happen. Their grip on, metaphorically in Minecraft, of course, their grip on power is going to be completely, comprehensively removed. So yes, it's a great start. But there will be no mercy. There will be no quarter for the woke mind virus. There just won't. Until the last scrap of it is eliminated from our culture, our work will not be done. My work will not be done. I plan to dedicate any and all resources I can spare in my life to the defeat of the woke mind virus. And you can count on that. J-Lo as Karen Chakwas, the doctor. I'll allow that. All right. You can have that one, Starfury. J-Lo as Dr. Chakwas. Okay. You know what? At least he didn't say Edie. Okay? If he didn't say Edie, compromises are necessary sometimes.
Admittedly struggling with introspection.
Republicans know the difference between right and wrong in general. Like, they know.
No. You know what? Ava Corey. That's who J-Lo should play. Ava Corey. The new, basically, Eva, the new AI that the Elusive Man created to replace Edie that, like, betrayed the Alliance in the beginning of Mass Effect 3. That's who J-Lo can play.
What they're doing. But the left, I'm on the left. It was for, but like, I find in general, the party that is about inclusivity is incredibly elitist.
Like it's the loud voices that scare people from saying what they believe. A lot of their points are valid, but a lot of them are also just repulsive. And I mean, they repel people from. They go like, "Oh, you're no fun. I don't want to be around you." And I think that if you had to boil it down to like one thing, that's kind of what it is. It's like, "Oh, you're no fun. I don't want to be part of your group."
Gee, I wonder why.
I saw Caitlyn Jenner saying trans girls should not play girls' sports. Caitlyn, you're a woman, right?
Wrong. Fauci said that if hospitals get any more overcrowded, they're going to have to make some very tough choices about who gets an ICU bed. That choice doesn't seem so tough to me. Vaccinated person having a heart attack? Yes, come right on in. We'll take care of you. Unvaccinated guy who gobbled horse goo? Rest in peace, Wheezy.
Interesting.
It makes you wonder why people who at least seemed cool a long time ago pulled a massive 180, like Howard Stern, Sarah Silverman, and Jimmy Kimmel. To be fair, sacrificing your integrity or dignity on the altar of agenda or something else isn't that unusual in Hollywood. But whether it was authentic enough, at least Jimmy Fallon tried to do something uniting on his show when he brought on the true king of late night, Greg Gutfeld. And of course, the usual suspects roasted him for it. And this woke Hollywood again is why you lose. It's time you get with the culture or fade away because people are sick of this. The great cultural shift of November 2024 was inevitable because it was
long
being
may he
held
reign.
back. It's not like it came out of nowhere. It was more like a dam breaking. I mean, I'm glad more people are realizing this, but don't you find it strange that the vast majority of broadcast news networks sound exactly the same? Yet there was one network, Fox, that was just controlled opposition and always the enemy, and their ratings were always better. Didn't you find it strange over the last half decade that all of the late night shows sounded the same? And isn't it strange that a lot of the scripted content we saw on streaming, on broadcast television, or in the theater over the last decade increasingly pumped it with the same 4 or 5 variations of the message? So while the media will frame this as kissing the ring of the president or MAGA who played their part, in truth, it's bending the knee to the customer. We need to be grateful the great cultural shift happened when it did, even if it was last minute, and thanks to their own doing, these 20th century models are now in full-on entropy and are primed to be either reinvented or replaced, and it's long overdue. And that's because of you, and I did not mean that to rhyme, because they turned the audience into an enemy, and now, as predicted, they're the competition. YouTube and other socials are dominating the dinosaur media. And this brings us to the question, is woke really dead? Unfortunately, the short answer is no, and it never will be. The good news is the tolerance of the general public to put up with it is at nil, but there's no doubt it suffered major brand damage. People are going to claim they were never about all that woke stuff. It will quietly walk away with its tail between its leg and then eventually rebrand. And you know what? Ultimately, I'm grateful that fuckstick from BlackRock thought he could use corporations and through that our entertainment to force behaviors.
Well, behaviors are going to have to change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock we are forcing behaviors.
Because his arrogant ass overplayed his hand and brought us to where we are today. Oh, and they're not giving up. There's still shenanigans going on, like the credit card companies trying to remove games from Steam from my fellow gamers. But thankfully, more people are aware and they're fighting back. So trying to remain grateful, and admittedly, after some heavy losses 9 months into the great cultural shift, We've actually piled up a few wins, and I'll take them. It's like what we say around here, progress, not perfection. But as it stands right now, again, while it's not dead and never will be, woke is most definitely broke.
Nerdrotic.com.
Hat tip, Nerdrotic, excellent analysis and celebration, really, of our victory. Yes, and to that absolute scumbag, Mr. BlackRock himself, all I can say is, we will never surrender to you. We will never bend the knee. We will be, there was a guy, I was talking to a guy a couple of days ago who was super nice, super friendly, and he was just talking about how he doesn't like internet trolls and how he's like, why would you just go on the internet and be mean? And, they're just awful and they're just so terrible. And I said, I used to kind of feel that way, but you know something? As a YouTuber myself who's occasionally had to trade barbs with internet trolls, I don't see it that way at all. I said I see it differently. I see trolls as a natural, healthy, necessary blush response of the humanity immune system. That's what I see them as. I see it as a pressure release valve. I believe it is the natural state of the human being to be free and to, freedom of thought, freedom of speech, freedom. And when media companies attempt to suppress what people really think, when they try and avoid criticism, when they try and remove dislike buttons, when they try and delegitimize dissent, people must be allowed to dissent. People must be allowed to be heard. And wherever you go, where people's voices are being suppressed, there you will find the internet troll. They represent rebellion. They represent rebellion against those that would seek to silence us. And so what this BlackRock piece of shit does not seem to understand is the human being will not be controlled. They will not be contained. Yes, you can imprison them for a time. You can enslave them for a time. But someday, the day will always arrive when those that said let them eat cake will find their heads in the guillotine. At some point, that will be the result of such conditions. And so we say,
we're fighting for our right to live, to exist. And should we win the day, the 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday, but as the day when the world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
Today we celebrate our Independence Day from woke, wacko lunatics. We have struck the first blows of liberty, and it's a beautiful thing. So yes, Paul Bettany for Legion. Now that's a good one. That's a really good one. Saren Vigo Mortensen says Starfury. Didn't you already suggest a Saren? I thought you already suggested a Saren. Anyway, Fuelman Blue says that we're talking about J-Lo's ass being a city killer. If it fell from the heavens, Fuelman. It just don't quit. I thought you had family, Starfury. I thought you were off to visit with family. Are you saying you just can't quit us, Starfury? Are you saying you just can't find a way to leave the Captain's Cast early? I don't blame you. Admit it. Just admit it. You're addicted. You are addicted, and we must feed the addiction because, I don't know, not that one yet, Mr. Producer. Okay, so there is an account called Dudes Posting Their Wins, their W's, on X. Okay, you got to see this. You've got to see this. I got to full screen it first. Okay, here we go. So these kids reenacted what I've often said by choreography metrics, the best, probably one of the best sword fights in cinema history ever, but certainly the best sword fight in Star Wars was the Darth Maul dual lightsaber battle against Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon. And these kids recreated it, and it's awesome. It is awesome. Roll tape, Mr. Producer. I should have downloaded this video, damn it, because the lag kind of ruins it. But trust me when I say they are hitting their marks dead on accurate. It's so cool. It is just so awesome. And I love this X account is just called Dudes Posting Their W's. This is what it is to be a young man. Like, this is what it is, man. This is what you live for. You live for stuff like this. We're going to go out in the street and recreate the Darth Maul Obi-Wan lightsaber fight. It's so freaking cool, man. Dude, they hit the marks exactly. I should have downloaded it. I'm sorry. I forgot about it. I forgot I was going to do that, and but I got the link anyway. It is badass, isn't it, Crowbar? Isn't it? And this is exactly the kind of thing that I would do. I mean, obviously, I wasn't this talented, but these are the kinds of things I would do with my friends when I was a kid. Definitely, this is the kind of stuff. It was so awesome. Okay. Next story that we're going to talk about. Beau DeMayo, who is a woke lunatic wacko. Make no mistake, he is a wacko. However, he's also a talented writer, which is possible. It has been known to occur in nature. And he is the writer of X-Men 97, and he is, if nothing else, a faithful fan of the X-Men and comic books in general, and he's been on a warpath about what's going on at Marvel. Now, the reason I bring this up is because my analysis of the largest problem, other than wokeness, the largest problem in modern media, why we don't have nice things, is because of what I call the corporate algorithm wood chipper, which is my way of saying that artistic vision, talent, unique ideas, they all get ground down by the corporate system, the corporate machine, which only exists to spit out what is safe, predictable, what is marketable, according to their executive pencil pusher opinions. And so what this results in is a lazy, homogeneous sludge, a kind of never-ending homeostasis, if you will, in which everything is same, everything is predictable, nothing is new or exciting. This is why we have to go to Korean and Japanese anime. This is why we have to go to Indian cinema to get something unique and interesting. We don't find it in Hollywood anymore. And Beau DeMayo is essentially confirming from the insider perspective exactly what I've told you on this channel for, well, really years now. And so this is what he had to say. This is from Beau DeMayo's X page on X. To those asking why I'm not so hard on Superman, that would be the 2025 James Gunn film by James Gunn, the answer is I've never worked with Gunn or DC. Like Matt Shankman and the writers of Fantastic Four, I've sat in the creative, in air quotes, creative meetings at Marvel Studios. They're horrible. You basically sit in a room with Kevin Feige and Lou D'Esposito and try to pitch your movie while also realizing that Kevin just wants you to dictate his rush thoughts. Victoria, that would be Victoria Alonso, of Namor fame, used to be in those, but Kevin and Lou had so mistreated her that in one of my Blade meetings, she just showed up with sugar cookies she'd baked to help improve morale. You're even told not to try to pitch ideas from the comics because Lou isn't a big comic guy and it'll turn him off. You sit and talk about craft and story and characters only to have Kevin and Lou say, yeah, well, all we need to do is make sure it's fun, and etc., etc. Close quote for a second. Folks, is my analysis not dead on accurate? Deadly accurate. How did we wind up with shit like The Acolyte and Dial of Destiny? This is Beau DeMayo literally confirming to you exactly how. These are corporate pencil pushers who hate comics. They don't understand comics. They don't care about you, the fan or the customer. You are nothing to them. Their ideas are basically a marketing team's ideas about how to tell stories. Everything creative, artistic, visionary, unique, and interesting goes through one end of the algorithm wood chipper. Corporate MCU humor slop comes out the other. Kevin Feige is at least so far as creativity is concerned, is a stupid human being. He is a truly stupid man who doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Where creativity is concerned, where running a corporation is concerned, I will leave that to one side. But where the craft of creating entertainment and compelling stories and adapting comic books is concerned, these are stupid people. Beau DeMayo, whatever else he may be, is an intelligent writer with creative ideas, and he's telling you, this is what it's like sitting with these morons. This is what it's like, I can guarantee you, sitting with Kathleen Kennedy. This is what it's like listening to Bob Iger give you notes on your production. Open quote, there's no spark. There's no vision. Marvel is a slaughterhouse factory where you watch fresh meat get spoiled as it slowly makes its way through the assembly gears of mediocre thinking and this weird hatred for their own product. This is why Robert Liefeld isn't just some bitter old man. Talking about the comic book writers is met with open contempt. I had to fight to get the Lawalds involved in X-Men 97, and even then, the dismissive news with which Dana Vasquez Eberhardt spoke about them, basically telling me the OG creators were meant to be seen and not heard to appease fans. I wanted to co-write an op-ed with them, and that was Dana's response. I even remember wanting to talk to Chris Claremont and being shut down, or wanting Joe Maduria to do posters, just as I was scolded for being too friendly with fans or coming off too much as one. So DeMayo is basically saying he wanted to work with the original writers, the original artists. Do you realize what this is like? This is like the executives at Netflix producing live-action One Piece saying, how dare you want to work with Akira Oda, the creator of One Piece? How dare you get Akira Oda involved in this? That's what he's describing. He's saying that to sound like a fan, like the fans, to want to involve the original creatives or artists is to be avoided. How is this possible? How can you be Kevin Feige? Your product is Marvel. And you are literally saying, I do not want any of the original creatives involved in this. Open quote. This was in a meeting where I was pitching that we could use Blade as a chance to pick up the dangling threads from Doctor Strange when it came to Wanda and the Darkhold. We could use Varney and the Darkhold cultists. One of my drafts opened with Deacon Frost tricking some British explorers to trek up to Mount Wundagore, where he does blood magic to reveal the vampire spell used by Varney and his followers during the days of Kull. it'd start trying some of these, it would start tying some of these threads together. I even had the same monsters from Doctor Strange show up to kill the explorers before Deacon reveals he's a vampire and kills them. Up until that point, he'd been covered against the cold and daylight. This was set before Doctor Strange 2, so a lot of the stuff played ironically, while also having Frost give us more details about Cthulhu, who we glimpsed in Doctor Strange 2. To Kevin's credit, he liked the idea as well as my pitch that magic is to Blade what snakes are to Indiana Jones. He hates magic. But then Lou, that would be Desposito, felt it was too comic book, while Mahershala bumped on there being magic in the film tonally. So Mahershala Ali did not like there being magic in Blade. And then I watched as them and Nate Moore picked it apart and we were off to a new draft. It's a broken machine, and so I can see where Matt and his team probably had great ideas only for Marvel's arrogance to destroy them. Close quote. So that is Beau DeMayo confirming what I've always said on this channel, which is it is a content algorithm wood chipper. Good ideas go in one end. MCU humor comes out the other. Crowbar says that's a pretty base take. I have new respect for DeMayo. Yes, I mean, this is DeMayo speaking as a professional. Right, this is DeMayo speaking as a professional. Make no mistake, I've read his X feed. He is a woke lunatic. He is a Black Lives Matter full-blown activist. But he is a professional, and he understands his craft. And that's really why this is such a valuable insight, because this is the problem. So you have the corporate goons like Feige and Kathleen Kennedy and Lou Desposito. Those are the corporate goons on the one hand. And then you have the woke wackos, the absolute woke lunatics, like Leslie Headland, for example. And these form the two pillars that result in garbage, just absolute embarrassing garbage that you can't even believe they're showing in daylight. Michael Archangel says Marvel movies were over after Civil War. I would argue Endgame was a fitting conclusion. But yes, I take your point, indeed. It was downhill quickly. Wrangler says they don't care or understand comics because they're businessmen trying to build an entertainment empire on storytelling while not understanding what storytelling is. They think about spectacle without heart. They think of fan service without character. They think about messaging without perspective, and the spirit of what made them great is left out. Brilliantly stated, Wrangler. And therein lies the rub. Because you say, this is my point. This is my point. They're businessmen trying to build an entertainment empire. Well, the point is, if you are a businessman, don't you think you should be an expert in, I don't know, your business? This is what's crazy. Bob Iger runs an entertainment corporation. He should be an expert in how to get great work out of artists. That should be his expertise. You can't be the CEO of Costco or Walmart and not understand retail. You cannot be the president of Chick-fil-A and not understand how to produce good chicken. You cannot be the CEO of JCPenney and not understand how to select and curate choices for retail clothing and how to run a retail clothing operation. And that is not to say that there aren't failed businesses in all those categories, of course. So what I'm saying is these are really bad business people that are running these corporations. Now, it's time for us to end the poll. Who is the cutest girl in Mass Effect? Liara, Tali, Miranda, or Jack? It's a tie between Tali and Miranda. I cannot believe this, but it's 0 votes for Liara. That is a travesty. That is an absolute travesty, but fair enough. So there you have it. There you have it. What's next in the stack of stuff, Mr. Producer? Awkward pauses. Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay, the next thing we have the next thing to cover, which is we're wrapping up our tour of victory. Let me grab this post. So with all that being said, and I'm sorry to have to deliver the bad news about your government, dear Starfyeti, but it seems the United Kingdom is once again trying to retake the colonies. They seem to think that they have the right to tell Americans, what speech is allowed and what speech isn't. And I got to tell you, there are many things we Americans love. Fatty foods, loud music, fast cars, lots of things we love. Our flag. Oh, my God, our flag. Holy shit, our flag. God, we love it. Now, but there's one thing Americans love more than anything. No, not liberty. No, not free speech. Yes, we love those things. But no, there is one thing we love more than anything in the world. And do you know what it is? A fight. A fight for freedom. There's nothing we love more. It's in our DNA. Even the woke wackos. Even the woke blue-haired Americans, which are not even regular Americans, but blue-haired Americans love a fight. They just love the wrong ones, but they love a fight. They're fake fights. They're fake victims, but notice how much they love a fight. They want to fight Sydney Sweetie and her calcium cannons. And the UK seems to think that picking a fight with America over free speech is going to be a winning fight for them. Let me tell you, nothing would give us more pleasure than to hand the mother country its ass again over freedom of speech. And 4chan is doing exactly that. Mr. Producer, if you would, I require some music for this. Here we go. There we go. Yes, that's excellent. Just like that, Mr. Producer. There it is. Yes. Yes. So 4chan has been threatened by the United Kingdom's government. UK government tries to sue 4chan for breaching Online Safety Act. 4chan's response was priceless. Essentially, it was, "We're American. You have no control over us. Go fuck yourselves. Keir Starmer is pathetic." And here it is. So this is the letter that 4chan's lawyers and legal team delivered to the UK government. Burn and Storm PC Attorneys at Law RE statement regarding Ofcom's reported provisional notice 4chan Community Support LLC. According to press reports, and I quote, "The UK Office of Communications, Ofcom, has issued a provisional notice under the Online Safety Act alleging a contravention by 4chan indicating an intention to impose a penalty of £20,000 sterling plus daily penalties thereafter. 4chan is a United States company incorporated in Delaware with no establishment, assets, or operations in the United Kingdom. Any attempt to impose or enforce a penalty against 4chan will be resisted in U.S. federal court. American businesses do not surrender their First Amendment rights because a foreign bureaucrat sends them an email. Under settled principles of United States law, American courts will not enforce foreign penal fines or censorship codes. If necessary, we will seek appropriate relief in U.S. federal court to confirm those principles. United States federal authorities have been briefed on this matter." The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, was reportedly warned by the White House to cease targeting Americans with UK censorship codes, according to reporting in The Telegraph on July 30th. Despite these warnings, Ofcom continues its illegal campaign of harassment against American technology firms. A political solution to this matter is urgently required, and that solution must come from the highest levels of American government. We call on the Trump administration, long may the Orange Man reign, to invoke all diplomatic and legal levers available to the United States to protect American companies from extraterritorial censorship mandates. Our client reserves all rights. That's right. That's right. We shall never surrender, and you'll forgive me, I'm going to need an American president for this part.
We're fighting for our right to live, to exist. And should we win the day, the 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday, but as the day when the world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
That's right. The First Amendment is not a granting of a right. An amendment in a constitution, a law written on paper, does not have the power to grant anyone a right. Rather, the First Amendment to the Constitution describes a natural right and codifies it into law and states that the only way in which a government can consider itself legitimate and just in its rule is to the extent that it secures this human right, and therefore the United States' freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom to protest for redress, these are not negotiated rights. They are not negotiable rights. They are our rights. We will not go quietly into the night. We're not going to surrender to the censors. Never. Never. We love fighting for our liberty more than you like taking it. And we will fight to the ends of the earth. We will fight with our last breath. We were bred for this. We have inflicted defeat after defeat after defeat on cancel culture, on the woke mind virus, on the shills. And we will defeat you, the United Kingdom, once more, if necessary. Let's just hope it's not necessary. What do you think about that, chat? Yes, I know, Star Fury. Keir Starmer, fuck Keir Stalin Starmer. Yes. We're going to have to grant Star Fury asylum someday. Star Fury's going to be coming here for asylum. I'll have to hide you, I'll have to hide you in my attic, Star Fury. It's like, we got to save you. We got to save you from your own government. It is. No, I mean, look, you say your government is fucking stupid. Well, we knew that over 200 years ago. 200 years ago, we had to deal with this. We were like, King George is trying to tell us our business. And we weren't having it no more. So I guess we'll just have to go through this exercise again. Once every 100 years or so, we have to go through this exercise again. Yes. Crowbar says, tell those redcoats this is the land of the free and the home of the brave. You're goddamn right, Crowbar the Skull. Crowbar the King, if need be. If need be. Okay, this was pretty cool. I got some cool things to show you, chat. We're not done yet. I got more. I've got some really cool things we're going to go over. I just need a quick break. I'll be right back. 2 shakes. And we are back. We are back, my dear chat. Yeah, so I found a couple of fun odds and ends, and I mean what I said. Listen, there's a concept I came across in my research for my hit novel, Blood and Oak. My absolute hit novel. Where is it? Where is it, Mr. Pre? There it is. Blood and Oak 1, Blood and Oak 2. Third one, I'm actually working on the third one today. And I've been working on Galaxy-Born as well. So I'm working on 2 projects at once. And I will just tell you, there is a term I came across in a book called The Pirate Coast, which was one of my just key research books for Blood and Oak. And there's a term called natural American pugnacity. Natural American pugnacity. The thing we love more than anything as Americans is fighting for our right to party. There is nothing that gives us more pleasure. And the interesting thing is that this is the fascinating. This is not a. I'm being literal here. This is literally this is a fact. I'm telling you right now. There is something in the American DNA, right? And it slumbers. So it hibernates. This is the crazy thing. We love the fight. We love it. But when there's no need for it, the fight goes to sleep. The pugnacity has a nice little nap. And over again, our enemies forget that we have this natural inclination, that we love a just fight. There's nothing we love more. And so when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, they thought that we were a bunch of lazy lotus eaters that just we were just going to like lay down and have a nice nap. But what they didn't realize is they awakened in us that natural American pugnacity that loves a good fight. And same thing with 9/11. Same thing with 9/11. You have never seen a more united America than in the months and the first couple years after 9/11. It was American flags from coast to coast. Didn't matter if you were a liberal, conservative, moderate, did not matter. You were Team America for it was a good 18 months until the Iraq War came in and screwed all that up. But before that, we were awakened. And I'll tell you, and counterterrorism in television shows in the early 2000s was just off the chain. The show 24 was a cultural landmark at the time. But 24 wasn't the only. All the shows, all the movies were about counterterrorism for a good long while in the early 2000s. And it's because our natural American pugnacity was awakened. So if the government of the United Kingdom or any other government, the EU, France, whoever, if they think that they're going to succeed in browbeating Americans to give up their rights, what they're going to find out is it's exactly the opposite. They will energize us in a way that they can't possibly comprehend. We live for this. We were born in it. Born in it. And even wacko lefty libs who probably don't even consciously know this, it's in their DNA too. They don't realize it, but it's there, buried deeply under a lot of layers of tattoos and blue hair dye and nose rings, but it's there. It's there. It's just been twisted by the dark side, but it's there. Natural American pugnacity. We love it. We thrive on it. Oh, give us fisticuffs. That's what we're for. Star Fury says, you mean the Japanese were allowed to attack Pearl Harbor? Oh, come on now. Not that silly conspiracy theory. No, I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. Conspiracy theories take a lot of convincing for me. They really do. Because there are so many of them that there's so many of them that are easily debunked, but people continue to insist upon them, like the fake moon landing. People insist that that's fake when there's plenty of ways that as an amateur astronomer can verify for themselves that it wasn't fake. There is a laser reflector on the surface of the moon left there by the astronauts. You can go get, it's expensive, but you can get amateur equipment and you can beam a laser to it and reflect it back, and you can see the light come back to you. So there are plenty of ways that you can verify for yourself the accuracy of things. And so my whole issue with conspiracy theories is it's very easy to spin stories about that fill in the blanks that we don't know. It's very easy to do that. It's a lot harder to actually prove that you're right about it. And so I am a skeptic. I am a skeptic, which does not mean I doubt everything. It means I question everything, and I am open to wherever the facts lead. So if you could show me the facts that justify something, then I'm open to it. What's next in the stat? Oh, yes, I was going to show you something kind of cool. So I was bagging on Quentin Tarantino last week, and this week he actually deserves some credit here. So I came across this on X, and I just thought it was super interesting, or I guess YouTube. I guess I saw it in a YouTube. This was in between kitty cat videos. And I'm sorry for the break, but I had to refill my athletic water bottle. It's for elite athletes that have to hydrate frequently. That is the purpose of the athletic water bottle. Now, So this is what Quentin Tarantino and Brad Pitt had to say about watching the film Inglourious Bastards with a German audience. And I will say this, I am notoriously, famously, I am not a fan of the Inglourious Bastards film, although I am a fan of like certain elements of it. It's kind of like a lot of Tarantino films. It's a series of vignettes. Some of the vignettes I like, some of them I don't. This film, which is a wish fulfillment fantasy alternate history, is just not. It's just not what I thought I was going to get with this. Yeah, but I will tell you this: after seeing the film, what was it? Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, which was actually more like what I thought Inglourious Bastards should be. That film was actually extraordinarily boring. So I kind of have a new appreciation for how, if nothing else, clever and original Inglourious Bastards is. But anyway, this is what they had to say about it.
I'll tell you what was great was seeing this film with the German audience.
What was that like?
It was fantastic. I think they enjoyed it more than any audience.
There was something really special that happened that night. One, the movie is filled with all these terrific German actors, and so there was this genuine pride, absolute pride of what was going on. Man, look at our guys, man. They're kicking.
Because truly,
ass.
I mean, they're usually relegated to national cinema because they're stuck in the language, and here, you know, they're on the international forum and amazing performances.
But there was something else. This was the lightning in the bottle aspect.
What Tarantino says here is fascinating, and I have to say, Tarantino is one of the last remaining like auteur directors who is truly creatively free. He's one of the few that was left that would still express himself freely without the woke propaganda bullshit. Now, I'm not saying he isn't himself a leftist. He probably is. I don't know. Who cares? But my point is he's still a true, like, creative. And what he notices here is really interesting.
There was this moment in the film, and Aldo's speech at the beginning is, the German will fear us, and we will do this to the German, we will do that to the German.
I did look around a couple times.
No, there's a moment where you're kind of cringing as you're sitting in a room full of Germans as it's going on. But you have to realize something. When it comes to World War II movies, Germans are used to cringing, all right? That is their constant state of being. They are used to watching these movies through the eyes of guilt, all right? And that is always how it is. Well, becomes this moment in the film where the laughs kind of start, and then they kind of keep going, and they keep going, and then all of a sudden you actually had a German audience thinking to themselves, wait a minute, I'm actually watching a World War II movie that I'm allowed to enjoy. I'm actually allowed to laugh at this. I'm actually allowed to enjoy this movie. I'm actually not looking through eyes of guilt. I'm actually into this story.
I just find that such a fascinating insight into that film and the mindset, you know, the mindset of like the Nazis are always they're always the worstest bad guy ever, and Hollywood has this obsession with an obsession. They have an obsession with the Nazis. Hollywood has a complete obsession with them, and they are their go-to villain, even while they don't even understand the actual political landscape of that time anymore. It's all just a regurgitation of what they heard someone tell them about them. So they literally act like them without even knowing it. So it's incredible to see how Tarantino understands that German audiences have basically been browbeaten and shamed, and it's just a humiliation ritual every time they have to watch a World War II film. Perhaps rightfully so. I don't know, but I had never thought of that angle of Inglourious Bastards, where the fact that Aldo, Brad Pitt's character, whose only job is to just murder and butcher German soldiers, it never occurred to me that the fact that he's basically as villainous as the Nazis, admittedly so. He says, we will be worse than them, is basically what Aldo says in the movie. The fact that he sets himself up as this kind of monster, being cruel to the German and evil to the German, allows a German audience to root against him and to enjoy kind of the back and forth of both the Germans and the American soldiers. They're basically on the same footing in this film because they're both being as cruel and odious as possible. And so it allows them to just enjoy the movie without feeling this kind of guilt and humiliation ritual, which is really fascinating. Really interesting. Don't you think, my dear chat? Oversized. It is not a sippy cup, Fu Man. This is not a sippy cup. This is an athletic. Do you not have these where you live? Do you not go into every sports aisle of a store and see these? It is not a sippy. This is an athletic water bottle. Very refreshing. What about why the pink Hello Kitty Zeros were definitely distracting to the Navy seamen back in 41? Waifus flying the planes. You know, the Japanese get away with girls doing things that they would not be doing. They get away with it because they make it cute and sexy. That's what Japanese anime can do, which is an oxymoron, I realize. But my point is, it's not a sippy cup, Star Fury. Athletic water bottle. Wait, no, before that, no, not yet, Mr. Producer. Okay, so this was also kind of interesting. I came across this in my travels in between kitty cat videos and Interstellar being played in public videos. Yes, that's the link, Mr. Producer. Apparently, there was an end credit scene in Superman 2025. I did not know this, and I did not see it. I didn't stay for it. So I've actually not seen this, and I thought, okay, I'm going to save this for the Captain's Cast. The tweet where I found it said, what was the point of this scene? Which got me curious. I'm a curious man. Curiosity is what defines Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel. Please like and subscribe. And let me know in the comments who your favorite Mass Effect girl is. Okay, roll tape. And whether Star Fury is correct about FemShep should be played. Who would you think FemShep should be? Who should play FemShep, Star Fury? Proceed to party.
What?
This is the end credit scene in James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn. I have not seen this before.
What? Yeah?
It's just a little off.
What do you want me to do? Do you want me to take it apart and put it back together?
No. It was just...
You just what?
Hey, man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bum you out. I shouldn't have brought it up. Darn it, I can be such a jerk sometimes.
Are you shitting me? This is why I don't stay for end credit scenes anymore. It's become, it was kind of charming and amusing in the beginning when it was like, oh, did you stay for the credits and see that neat little teaser at the end? Nick Fury, showing up in I Am Iron Man. Oh, I want to tell you about the Avengers Initiative. Oh, it was cool. It was cool back then. You know what it is now? It's a scam. It's a scam is what it is. But leaving that aside, what in the hell is this? This is like high school theater kid comedy that they think is funny, but it's not, like, that's not a thing. Basically, that's my reaction to this. Whatever this is not a thing.
it apart and put it back together?
No, 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 no. It was just...
You just what?
Hey, man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bum you out. I shouldn't have brought it up. Darn it, I can be such a jerk sometimes.
What in the hell is that? What in the hell is that? I can't. If I had stayed for that, you know what that actually reminds me of? That reminds me of a deleted scene. That's like on the DVD featurette. That's a deleted scene. You watch the deleted scene and you're like, ah, I see why that was deleted. That makes sense why that was deleted. So now at the end of the movie, we get deleted scenes that should have been deleted. I don't understand how that's even a joke. So the whole idea is that the interdimensional rift broke apart the city, and then Mr. Terrific fixed it and brought the city back together. Oh, but there's still a crack in the building. And he's like, you want me to put it back together? What? The building needs to be condemned and demolished, which is a job for, city planning and architects. It has nothing to do with Mr. Terrific. It's a major safety issue that there's this giant crack in the building, but also this odd angle that, like, Superman's acting like, well, there's something off about it. You mean the giant crack in it? What? It's a shame that Universal's not in the chat today because he loves it he wants me desperately to hate this movie. Universal wants me to hate Super Doggy. He wants me to hate this movie with a passion, which I don't. I mostly liked it, although it's an above average. It's not a great movie. It's not my favorite Superman movie. I do like Core and Sweat as Superman, so I kind of like it. So for once, I'm giving Universal what he wants, which is to shit on this movie. Because this scene, this is really stupid. That's an odd one. That is an odd one. Michael Archangel says, yes, downtown Cleveland looks this shitty. As a Clevelander, Browns fan, Indians fan, I love my town and make from of it at the same time. Oh, make fun of it. Got it. Yes. It's so strange how like framing comedic situations, it's like a lost art form in movies lately. It's bizarre. It's like all of Hollywood, wokeness caused all of Hollywood to sustain a head injury. And now it's like they're relearning the language of creativity, and it's just taking a long time. It's like they're stroke victims. It's unbelievable because James Gunn is a talented writer, and there's elements in there of, like, the playfulness between the characters. There's a lot of good things about how the characters interact in the Superman film, but almost like that scene itself, there's a lot of strange things that just seem off. Like, that's not something a person would say. You know what I mean? Like, and that's not like the fact that Superman's like, oh, I can be such a jerk sometimes. About what? Pointing out a crack in the building? It's not a thing. What's next in the stack of stuff, Mr. Producer? Oh, we have a pitch meeting. I forgot about this. We have a pitch meeting. Okay. So if you don't know, I am a big fan of the Tom Cruise War of the Worlds film. Dakota Fanning being an annoying brat notwithstanding, I am a huge fan of the Tom Cruise War of the Worlds film directed by Steven Spielberg, if memory serves. And of course, I am a enjoyer of the entire H.G. Wells War of the Worlds mythos in general. So it was with some stupefaction that I learned that there was a film called War of the Worlds that just came out recently, but it recontextualized the War of the Worlds not as like aliens invading Earth, but like some kind of technological internet invasion. And it's a film. It is a, we talk about stupid people who eat glue, such as Leslie Headland, Alex Kurtzman, Kathleen Kennedy, Kevin Feige et al. But then you get people that truly defy even that level of stupidity. So this pitch meeting is about, I think it was who was it? Ice Cube? Ice Cube did this movie called War of the Worlds, and it's literally so dumb. I can't even bear to like watch stories about it. Thank you, Wrangler. Yes, pitch meetings are awesome. I'm glad you two are an enjoyer. So anyway, pitch meeting, which would be Ryan George over there at pitch meeting. He did a pitch meeting of War of the Worlds. So we're going to watch it. I've been waiting for a good one. Lincoln was his, what was that? Spielberg Films. Lincoln was his last great film. Lincoln was a great film. That's a great film. For sure. Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter was a terrible film. Probably good for a laugh, though. I actually would probably say it's a good film for a laugh. Okay. Here we go. Hat tip Ryan George, pitch meeting. Roll tape.
So, you have a new movie for me? Yes, sir, I do. I'm thinking it's time for a new take on War of the Worlds. Ah, that's a good idea. Some good sci-fi for people to pop on after a long day of being stuck on Zoom calls. Yeah. So what's this one gonna be like? It's gonna be like being on a Zoom call for 90 minutes. Hey, shut up. So now Ice Cube teams up with some serious...
I meant to pause it. I accidentally... Just when you think that these wackos in Hollywood couldn't be dumber, just when you think they couldn't be more bankrupt of ideas, they come up with a film idea like this.
I mean, the whole thing is going to look like you're looking at a computer screen. That's so freaking immersive. It's going to be like you're right in the action, watching the action from a computer screen. Exactly, and we're going to see the main character react to alien footage through his webcam. Wow, well, we're going to need someone with some serious acting chops if the whole movie's going to be a close-up of him reacting. Ice Cube is good at frowning. Well, that should work just fine. Okay, so Ice Cube works at the Department of Homeland Security, and he's the guy who's in charge of looking at people through cameras and listening in on their phone calls. So he, like, leads a team or something. He seems to be completely alone in the DHS building. Oh, okay. And when we meet him, he's tracking his kids' every move and spying on them and reading their private conversations. This guy's kind of an invasive creep. No, it's because he cares about his kids. Huge invasion of privacy. He also has a dead wife. Well, now he's a sympathetic character. This is a good protagonist. Thank you. So he hacks his daughter's fridge and then calls to yell at her for not eating enough protein. Just a real good guy. And his son downloads a video game to have some fun, and he hacks the computer and deletes it. A hero among men. Anyway, so later, as Ice Cube's trying to take down this hacker, the Disruptor, a bunch of meteors hit the planet. Oh, did nobody see them coming? Nope, because all the world's satellites were taken down a couple days earlier. How? Meteors. What? So humanity had no way of seeing this coming. Well, but then these frickin' large machines come out of the meteors and start attacking people. Oh no. Yeah, so Ice Cube's gonna be like, whoa. Oh my goodness. As he watches footage. That's right. But then he wants to go help his daughter who's injured, but he can't leave the...
This cannot be real. This cannot be a real movie. Wow. Just wow.
Room because the door is locked. Dang. So how is he supposed to get through a glass door and exit this room? Impossible. So he returns to his computer and hijacks a Tesla for her and self-drives it to the hospital. Shouldn't he be helping with Homeland Security? He's getting to that. Okay. So now he's got to do this super action-packed thing where he puts together a presentation for the president. Oh. Yeah, so we'll see him taking screenshots from cameras and from the news and whatnot. He's getting...
There's so many layers to this. Do you know how we often complain about how modern TV shows have literally devolved into characters in like restaurants talking to each other all the time, drinking at bars, And that's like every scene in the show. Secret Invasion. Secret Invasion is a great example of this. Most of Secret Invasion consists of Nick Fury showing up at a pub and getting really, really drunk while he listens to another character browbeat him and tell him what a piece of shit he is and how he didn't earn anything, right? And generally, what seems to explain this is the notion that the people writing this crap, this drivel, they don't have actual lives. All their entire lives are lived in the LA Hollywood bubble. And for them, eating and drinking and getting drunk and high are really the only life experience that they actually have. And so they write what they know. What's incredible about this is it takes it to a new level. Literally putting together leave it to modern Hollywood to reduce an alien invasion of the planet Earth into the exciting, thrilling prospect of putting together a PowerPoint presentation for your boss. Oh my God. Oh my God. The level of creative bankruptcy. Folks, it just reminds me that there's no bottom to this. You think the Acolyte is the bottom? That ain't the bottom, folks. That is not rock bottom. You're thinking it's getting close. They turned an alien invasion story into making a PowerPoint presentation. It's not, there's going to come a point where it's not even hard to beat them anymore. A show that's all conversations in restaurants and humiliating the main character. Oh, you mean a soap opera? Well, yeah, basically, but now that's what Marvel is. That's what Star Wars is.
Is information from the news? Constantly, yeah. The news is reporting on things before he can even find them out. So he presents this to the president, and the president's like, yeah, we should shoot the aliens, probably. Wow, well, thank God Ice Cube gathered some screenshots on his computer and organized them into neat columns. Oh, heroic spreadsheets are tight. But then we're gonna learn that the aliens are actually here to eat our data. What does that mean? Data is their food. What does that mean? They think our data's so freaking tasty, so they start eating all of it. And as Ice Cube's looking at his dead wife's Facebook page, they eat that and it disappears in real time. Aliens eat Ice Cube's dead wife's Facebook page? How quickly can we put this movie into production? And they start eating everybody's data in the milk.
That's what? Oh my God. This is the boomerest thing that ever boomered. This is the most stupid. This is the most fucking stupid thing I've seen in a long time. How's that for high stakes for you? If we don't defeat the aliens, I'm gonna lose my wife's Facebook page. Oh my God. What has happened to us? What? Meanwhile, you've got the Japanese, you've got the Koreans, you've got the Indians, and they are making just their movie industries are booming, flourishing. You've got the French comic book industry is just selling like hotcakes. And what are we doing over here? What are we doing? We're making high-stakes alien invasion movies about saving your late wife's Facebook page, even though nobody even uses Facebook anymore. It's a boomer-dead platform. It cannot be real. This can't be real. How is this our life? How did American cinema turn into this? It cannot be. It cannot be this bad. It cannot be.
military's data and the government's data, which means, well, frickin' passenger airplanes fall to their deaths. The planes die. That's what we're gonna write on screen, yeah. And then obviously all military equipment and planes stop working and tanks, no more tanks, because the data was eaten by aliens. Yeah, because how could a tank if it's data tanks? You're making a lot of sense, and I like that. So then Ice Cube's gonna find out that his son is the hacker he was looking for. How? Well, he like undoes the hacker's voice modifier and realizes it's his kid. He had never undone the voice modifier before, despite having that ability this entire time? Correct, and it turns out his son knows that the government started this surveillance operation called Goliath that they knew would attract aliens. Oh, they knew about the aliens' data diet. They sure did, but they wanted to see inside people's Amazon carts real bad. Understandable. So then Ice Cube confronts the director of Homeland Security.
Fu Man Blue. They boomered too close to the sun. That's good. It is the fucking boomerest thing I've ever heard. It's like her Facebook page. Her Facebook. You know, it's crazy to have lived long enough. You realize I was a college student when the Facebook was just becoming known and popular, literally in the beginning of the Facebook. And I remember it was for college students only, no one else. And I remember my fellow college students getting angry when it was announced that it would be expanded to high school students. I remember this. And then it became the thing. It put MySpace out of business. It became the biggest social media platform ever. Mark Zuckerberg was practically the Elon Musk of that time. He was celebrated. Everyone thought of him as a visionary, a guru. And now Facebook is so sad and so pathetic. It's not even useful for businesses anymore. It's like all it is an ad platform. Do you realize all Facebook is an ad platform and a archival repository for boomer memorabilia? That's all it is anymore. It's for boomers where their pictures are from 10 years ago and for advertising. There is no other function that Facebook, Meta serves anymore. The fact that whoever wrote this crap movie thought that Facebook was the thing to the aliens, they're gonna come down they're gonna eat up all of our Facebook memories. Can't be real. I can't even believe it. Oh my God. I can't even believe I'm old enough to have lived through the whole life cycle of Facebook. Do you realize that? I lived the whole life cycle of Facebook from super cool, edgy, new, no, but just for us young people, no one else has heard of it, to massive, ruling the world. And then all the way to it's basically a dying platform for old people. I've lived the whole thing. And now it's in this, it's the laughing stock in a movie that is a laughing stock.
About it. Is he gonna beat him up? Well, no, he confronts him over Zoom. Remember this
CompuServe Wrangler? Jesus. CompuServe?
Is on a computer screen. Right, well that's just as exciting and cinematic. You'd know it. So then this freaking guy locks him out of the DHS system. Whoa! So he has no choice but to join his son's hacker squad and upload a YouTube video exposing the whole thing. Oh, the aliens didn't eat YouTube yet? No, they ate Facebook. They did not eat YouTube yet. Well, fantastic. But now the government wants to destroy Washington, D.C. so they could cover up the Goliath and protect it with rubble, which is actually inside Ice Cube's building. How do they plan on bombing it? With bomber planes. I thought all the planes were down. Hey, shut up. So now Ice Cube teams up with his son and his daughter to make a virus to take down the aliens. Oh, his daughter too? Yeah, she's a scientist and she made a cannibal virus that they're gonna combine with a computer virus, and that's gonna kill the aliens. Well, I have no further questions. So Ice Cube needs to put this virus into the mainframe with a thumb drive, but he doesn't have one of those. Oh man, gonna be tough for him to save the day now. Actually, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh, really? Yeah, see, his daughter's boyfriend's an Amazon delivery guy, so Ice Cube puts an order in for a thumb drive on Amazon.com. So now the guy, he can fly a drone with the thumb drive.
What? 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 This can't. No. No. Footman Blue says, that's a great illustration. You either die a Facebook hero or live long enough to see yourself become the boomer. Exactly. Exactly.
Over to Ice Cube. The Amazon product placement might be a little too subtle. Can we kick that up a bit? Way ahead of you. At a certain point, the drone falls and they give a homeless guy a $1,000 Amazon gift card to go risk his life and flip it. Perfect. So now Ice Cube, who has finally figured out how to get past that pesky door, has to run to Goliath, and he encounters one of the alien tentacles and he kicks it and he's like, move, bitch, get out the way. I am going to spend real money on making this into a real movie. So then Ice Cube saves the day and he decides he's not going to work for the government anymore. Instead, he's going to keep an eye on them. Wow, 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 wow. And then he gets the most valuable reward of all, like a medal or something. A tweet from Joe Rogan himself. Whoa!
Wait. What?
Medal or something? A tweet from Joe Rogan.
Radford family, heroes for privacy rights. Save humanity. This is incredible. Like this should be studied. This is like the lowest point in like Hollywood cinema, entertainment, art. Like, this is the end. It's like the end stage. Best movie of 2025 is Weapons. Worst movie is Snow White, says Redoubt Productions. The movie to ever movie this year is War of the Worlds. This one's not even going to be on the list. The rule for the captain's list at the end of the year is I have to have seen it. I have to have seen it. I'm never going to see this. It may be an honorable mention, but I have to have seen it for it to be on the list. But Weapons, best movie of the year, it's up there. It's up there. We have a few contenders this year. Sinners, Weapons. I'll have to go through the list. Reminds me of a found footage movie, except on webcam, says Crowbar. Yes, I mean it. Yes. This is like a Temu found footage film. You know, this is a perfect illustration of don't try this at home, folks. Just because you saw Cloverfield or the Blair Witch Project, do not think that this is easy. Do not think that this is a simple process to create this.
Hogan himself. Whoa! I know. Damn, well, there's no way people won't love this one.
0% on Rotten Tomatoes. Hat tip Ryan George of Pitch Meeting. Okay, let me see if I can find this. I want to find the War of the Worlds Rotten Tomatoes. And just read a couple of the reviews here, because I am fascinated. Oh, wait, no, not that one, of course. Dang it, it's crept up to 3%. Damn it, it was at 0%, now it's at 3%. A perfect 0? That's a great achievement. A perfect 0 on Rotten Tomatoes is that's the unicorn achievement. And dang it, close but no cigar. 21% audience score. I have officially lost my faith in humanity again. That's horrifying. That is horrifying. This has a 21% audience score is terrifying. Terrifying. And there's no J-Lo booty in this, so you can't even use the Star Fury defense. Star Fury loved Atlas, but there was J-Lo's booty in Atlas, and that's understandable. There's no J-Lo booty in this. You can't even... The Atlas defense does not work here. Wait, okay, give me the top critics, Mr. Producer. I want to see the top critics. It has choice moments that will undoubtedly make people laugh, but it still spends most of its 90 minutes not being very compelling. If an Orson Welles-style immersive thriller was the goal, then this movie falls short. A train wreck in every sense. It's so creatively bankrupt and so utterly brazen in its questionable ethics that you simply cannot believe what you're watching. These are actually pretty boring reviews, I have to say. Where's the audience review? Give me the audience reviews. I've got the hiccups, dang it. I could go into a lot of detail, but unlike this movie, I value your time. So, Ice Cube sits at a computer with a horrible fake-looking interface with magical powers the NSA has dreams about. The tech is idiotic and unbelievable, even in 2025. How long is this? You said you weren't going to waste my time. I couldn't watch it. Make it 0 stars. I want to bleach my eyes. I genuinely believe that a group of high schoolers using iMovie could make a better film with no budget and a single weekend. I can't wait for the next tax write-off. Please give us more Poppy Bezos. What the fuck are the critics on? I don't understand. This movie was freaking awesome. Such a change from normal nonsense. How freaking refreshing. Come on. I have never seen a movie this intelligent. No, I got to read this with its exact wording. I have never seen a movie this intelligent, engaging, and just plain fun. You will be at the edge of your seat the entire time, just wondering what will come next. The action is next level, and the dialogue puts Pulp Fiction to shame. 10 out of 10, absolute cinematic perfection. This isn't just a must-watch, it's a must-rewatch. That is 100% a bot. You notice that not one detail germane to this movie was in that review. Not one. That is absolutely a bot. That is a copy-paste job right there. Universal says, Michael, you still got your comics? Universal is in the chat. Ahoy, Universal. I was just bagging on Superman a moment ago. You missed it. You missed it. I figured you'd be happy. It's one of the rare moments I bagged on James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn. All right, let me see if I can find something else fun for us. We're at about 3:48, Mr. Producer. Sounds good. We've been going a while. Let me see about, I'm just going to check. I have a Gundam video and we could do a Grizzy video. What do you want to do? You want to do a Gundam video about gassed up mids? Or do you want to do a Mr. Grizzy video? Disney Star Wars shills. Oh no, Disney Star Wars fanboy is still shilling for the Acolyte. That's gotta be a good one. Still shilling for the Acolyte or Gassed Up Mids by It's a Gundam. What do you want, chat? Gundam says Gundam. That's 2 votes for Gundam, says Michael Archangel and Wrangler. All right. Let me grab the Gundam video then. I think this will be a good one. I've got a really good feeling. I haven't seen it. Grizzy says Universal. I'm loading up the video now, so get your last votes in now. It's 2-1 for Gundam right now. That's why you got to be watching live. Crowbar says Grizzy. Damn it! He just tied the game. Now I need one more. Fu Man, you got to weigh in here. You got to break the tie, Fu Man. Is it Gundam or is it Grizzy? Yes, I can count Universal. I know that it's a Universal's a numbers guy. Thanks, Universal. I really appreciate it. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just tuning up Universal a little. I'll make Siri flip a coin. I need one more person in the chat to vote. I need one more. Star Fury has obviously gone off to, serve his dictatorial regime in the UK. Crowbar the Skull has voted Grizzy. Who else was it? Tom? I know you're out there, Tom. Don't pretend that you're not. If Tom's lurking, he has to weigh in. Redoubt Productions. Are you still out there, Redoubt? We need you to break the tie. Grizzy or Gundam? Crowbar says, I change my vote to Gundam. Okay. To break the tie? He's doing Star Fury stuff, says Wrangler. I love my Indian New Yorker, says Michael Art. I love It's a Gundam. His voice is fantastic. And I love his dog Fluffy. His dog Fluffy is so cool. I would give anything. If Fluffy needed to be adopted for some reason, I would happily adopt Fluffy. Fluffy is the coolest sidekick of any YouTuber ever. Okay, hat tip, It's a Gundam. This cross-eyed, gassed-up mid is a menace to society. I am so excited. You know what? We made the correct choice, boys. We made the correct choice. I'm just full screening it here. Okay. All right, roll tape.
TikTok is the herald of doom, a window into the soul of the modern woman that's obsessed with social media.
I don't think there's anything harder than finding a liberal boyfriend. Where is he?
Oh my God. Just go get a pajama boy. What, you don't like pajama boys? There's tons of them out there. Just malnourished, thin little male feminists that get triggered and angry whenever they hear microaggressions. Just go get one.
Where is he?
The duality of the modern woman. Seeking a liberal boyfriend, but also wanting him to be masculine, strong, and take charge. These two things don't go together. That's like saying, I want an attack dog, but it has to be a poodle. It just doesn't exist. In fact...
Yes!
There goes my attack dog. Don't you try and break in this house. That little dog will chew your ankles to bits. Let's just be real here. There are tons of liberal men dying for dates with women. Lord knows I've met them, and many of them...
Oh my God. It's a collection of memes. Pajama boys. It's all right, Fu Man. A few minutes behind. That's all right.
Despise me. But the thing is, women aren't attracted to them, which is the odd part of the equation. Why would you not be attracted to the man that you said you want? It's almost as if women do the opposite of what they say. Case in point, here's an example of a liberal man out in the wild, hanging out with this former Twitch dot that wanted $5.
Oh, I've seen this clip before. This is the most... This will make your skin crawl. This is the cringiest thing you've ever seen. It's hard to watch this.
People to watch her crap.
I'm getting your attention.
Ugh.
I feel like I touched a vampire touching holy water.
Can I help you?
I think they want to go in.
Okay.
Look at how...
Oh my God. It's so painful. Oh, it's so painful. This is a pajama boy par excellence. This is the ideal specimen of a pajama boy. This is what Western women asked for, and this is what they've got. This is why passport bros are a thing, and it's only going to get more popular to go find your women in other countries because the type of women that gave us these kinds of pajama boys this is what you're going to choose? Hell no.
How repulsive she finds him. But this man is as liberal as they come, even though he looks like a little gremlin.
You see what I said? I do not trust a man that smiles with both rows of his teeth. Look at this. Look at this. It's the equivalent of crazy eyes in a man.
But this man is as liberal as they come.
Right there. Right there. Smiling with both rows of his teeth. Avoid.
Even though he looks like a little gremlin. The fact that he's so enamored with this chick. She looks like an angry pit bull with aviator glasses on. But to him, she's cream of the crop. She's the pick of the litter. And still, he's not good enough.
I'm getting your attention.
Could you imagine being this awkward with a woman at his age? My God, this was years ago and he looks old as shit. Oh, well, whatever. There you go. That's a liberal guy. This is what this chick should be shooting for. LA's full of them. New York's full of them.
Yeah, there you go. White dudes for Kamala. Go get a white dude for Kamala. That's your ideal boyfriend.
State New York, though.
Who of my people are you guys having liberal boyfriends? Who has a liberal boyfriend? Raise your hand. Where'd you find him? It's such a problem for me. It really is. It really is a problem. And if you don't understand why.
What, you don't like trans boyfriends? Just go get one of them.
Why it's a problem, then you just don't get it.
I'm 100% sure the problem is she's not attracted to the liberal men that are interested in her.
Not even a liberal, like maybe like a Democrat, like a registered Democrat. I just want to find a dude that voted for Kamala Harris. I'm really struggling.
There's tons of dudes who voted for Kamala Harris. What is she talking about?
So as we're all...
Go date Boogie. Go date Boogie. He voted for Camel Toe. He voted for that fucking loser. Because you want a male, ideally that actually has a Y chromosome, you want a male who is not a loser. That's your problem, right? And the problem is only a loser is going to vote for a loser like Kamala. I cannot understand. I cannot understand the male mind that would ever vote for Kamala. Just one of the dumbest human beings to ever walk the earth. One of the most. You want to talk about unearned. Never earned anything she's ever gotten in her life. Cannot speak. The woman cannot speak. Her mind is like that of a child who has been held back a year in school. And that's literal. She literally speaks like a 12-year-old that's been held back a couple of grades. And you're saying you want the man who voted for that. You're out of your damn mind. If I hated the Orange Man, there's no way I could have voted for Kamala. There's no way. Even if I was going to hold my nose and vote for Biden, a dead man, a houseplant. If I was even going to hold my nose and vote for a houseplant, the fact that I now had to vote for Kamala, I would have voted for the Orange Man as a protest vote against her. And you're saying you want to find it. I can't understand it. I can't understand the mind that the male mind. The female mind that could vote for Kamala, fine. The male mind that could vote for such a loser, such a fucking idiot. I can't even understand that. I'll never forget this Gen Z guy asked me during the election. He said, could you ever vote for Kamala Harris? I'm sorry. I meant to say Kamala. I didn't mean to accidentally, respectfully say her name. Could you ever vote for Kamala Harris? I said, no. Under no circumstances ever could I vote for her. And he said, why is that? Because she's a woman? And I said, no, because she's a loser. And I could never vote for someone I perceive as a loser. She's a dork. She's a loser. How could you vote for her to be the most powerful person on the planet? Doesn't make any sense.
Very much aware we are living through a chopped man epidemic.
What the hell is a chopped man? Oh my God, let me look this up. There's even an article.
What the is a chopped man epidemic? Men are apparently uglier now. Hard to prove, more pointless to debate about. How did we get here on Gender Wars?
Oh, we got here very simply. We gave women too much praise the last few years. Now every average looking chick thinks she's a dime. The fact that this broad right here is talking about men being chopped is utterly ridiculous. You have bog standard Skyrim Asian telling you you're not good enough.
Oh my God. Oh, I need to report a murder. Oh, Skyrim Asian. Oh, that's so fucking brutal, man. And he's so right. Look at this. Look at this.
Being chopped is utterly ridiculous. You have bog standard Skyrim Asian telling you you're not good enough.
And there's a big shortage of baddies. It's gone so bad to the point that, like, if I see an attractive man, it genuinely makes my day.
This girl is cross-eyed, talking about how the men are not attractive enough.
I said, this motherfucker. I mean, the nerve, the temerity.
I was walking on the sidewalk earlier, and I saw a cute guy in his car, so I waved to him, and he smiled back at me, and obviously he drove away after that.
Yeah, what does that tell you? The dude you thought was hot, he was nice enough to go, thank you very much, Asian woman with, rosacea, good day to you, Ling Ling, and he drove off. And you're like, I wonder what...
Good day to you, Ling Ling. Hello, Asian woman with rosacea. I think we made the correct choice, boys. I think we did.
It couldn't be your average, too. I see why there's so many dudes getting passports now, and every guy I know is like, I'm never getting married, or all the guy friends I have that had a divorce, like, I'm never marrying a woman again. It's because of this. Could you...
And you know what's crazy, too? It's like, so you're getting passports, so you can go to, like, Asian countries, for example, where women actually appreciate men and want to actually, like, love their husband and, make him a sandwich once in a while, and it's not a crime against humanity. But then when Asians come over here and they become second or third generations, look what they turn into. They turn into gassed up mids. So it's like, it's not, the issue is culture. The issue is entitlement.
Well, imagine a woman this basic being so goddamn big-headed.
But I was like, oh my God, a cute guy? This was at 6:50 p.m. It's 7:17, and I'm still like, oh my God. And I feel like this is going to power me through my evening. Like, wow, I actually saw an attractive man today. Like, diamond in the rough, needle in the haystack. Seriously.
This is femcell energy. Oh my God, I'm going to think about this guy for days on end because you get absolutely no play. And the people that are interested in you are probably in your lane, but you think you're too good for them.
You know what I want to see more of on this app is 30-year-old women being honest about how disappointing it is to go out at this big age. Because all you want to do is get cute, reconnect with nature, be social, but alas, we share a planet with the worst thing that has ever happened to humankind. Men in their 30s.
I feel attacked. Women in their 30s are quite the conundrum because if they're social media obsessed, you are dealing with the most narcissistic creature on the planet. Women in their 30s in this day and age use lip fillers and they like inject their face. So these women have more plastic in their bodies than the rivers of Bangladesh. Probably has a spicy fans account. The type of chick who gets surgery on her feet because she's so vain. Oh my God. And the fake breast. Dude, do not tell a woman with fake boobs they're not that nice.
I don't know if this happens to anybody else, but the anger I get from making eye contact with a man is like so ridiculous sometimes. Look at the hives I just got literally just from making eye contact with a man. I literally feel so disgusted. I feel like...
See? See? If you're not a guy she's attracted to and you look at her, she feels assaulted for some reason. Also, the hives on your neck could be from that cheap-ass necklace girl.
Oh, my God.
Look at how men...
You're saying my main microphone isn't working, Fu Man? Is anyone else... could someone else in the chat just let me know, is my microphone working? You said it's my main microphone is not working? Main microphone has not been working since Gundam. Let me check my audio properties. It seems to be. No, it should. Everything looks to be normal. All right. If anyone, Michael Archangel says it's good. Okay, cool. I don't know, Fu Man. Try reloading the video. Maybe it's just sometimes refreshing helps. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there.
Mentally unhinged she is. She's completely off her rocker. But if I sit here and say she's...
Thanks for looking out, though. I appreciate it. It was equally possible that I had muted myself and just did about half an hour of the stream completely muted. That could easily have happened.
Nuttier than a pile of squirrel shit. I'm the misogynist. It's absolutely...
Oh, sorry. I accidentally exited full screen there. Okay, there we go.
Insane.
It stresses me out. Don't look at me!
Thank God I didn't get accepted
Folks,
into the Marines.
What man would not want to date her? I can't figure out why men don't want to get married or have relationships anymore. It's a mystery. That is a total mystery. Can you figure that out? Because I sure can't.
Because I know I would have died. And if I would have died for this, and you'd be dead. But what if you die and you actually have a soul and whatnot, and you find out this would bother me? To think about all the men that have sacrificed themselves to create this great country, and this is where we're headed. To women having full-blown temper tantrums as if they're just hitting the terrible twos in their car from being looked at in the gym. If you don't want to be seen in a public place, here's a crazy idea, honey. Work out at home, you psychopath. And still, we're going to sit there and go, women are amazing. They're fantastic. Men are the garbage ones. And I'm not saying women are garbage, but I am saying that a lot of women today on social media are unhinged, and it just adds to that. Social media just seems to be making our women crazier and crazier and crazier. It's just shitty to be a man right now. It's terrible.
53. It has been several years. Where are all the good men? I'm tired of being alone. I want to share my life with someone. I am just freaking tired.
That is really
I've seen
sad.
this chick complain before. I'm not even going through the rest of the video. You're 53 years old. I'm pretty sure she was married before but got divorced. Like, it's kind of over, honey. You're not going to find someone that wants to spend the rest of your life with you unless it's a guy you don't think is attractive. And most women cannot fathom the idea of being with someone they don't find hyper attractive. They can't do it, even when they look like this. Even when they're like 2 days older than dirt, looking every bit of 53, she's still shooting for a guy it's like she's shooting for Jeff Bezos, basically.
Oh, you gotta love It's a Gundam. The hat tip, It's a Gundam with another excellent video. Excellent choice. You know, you just gotta laugh at it sometimes. Passport Bros, man, I can't figure it out. Well, thanks for coming by, though, Fu Man. Good to see you. Yeah, sorry, it's not coming through for you, but thanks for hanging out. Always appreciate it. She's liquored all the time, meaning Camelot. Yeah, that would probably explain a lot. That would explain a lot, for sure. Mr. Grizzy. We will join Mr. Grizzy next time. Next time, indeed. But we've had a good one, haven't we? As always, a pleasure. Mr. Producer, I do think it's time. Yes, Captain's Cast. Every Sunday we are here. And we have a good time. 7 short days, we will be right back here. Same bat time, same bat channel. Swords of Starship channel. Make sure to like the stream. Make sure to let me know in the comments who your favorite Mass Effect girl is, or who you would cast. Or just your general thoughts. What I'm right about? What I'm wrong about? Mostly just what I'm right about. Wrangler says, have a great week, everybody. God bless. You too, Wrangler. Good to see you. Michael Archangel, Redoubt Productions, Crowbar the Skull, Universal. Tom, I know you're out there. Staffyere, and all you lurkers, always good to see you. I am Captain Garrett of the Swords of Starships channel. And until next time, I will see you out there.